Welcome to our course intro on Davinci Resolve. Before getting into our whole course or our lessons, we have to learn a bit about what Davinci Resolve is. So what is Davinci Resolve? Davinci Resolve is a professional video editing software developed by Blackmagic Design. Originally known for its advanced color correction tools, Davinci Resolve has evolved into a comprehensive post-production solution for video editing, color grading, visual effects, and audio editing. It is widely used in the film and television industry as well by independent filmmakers, YouTubers, and other content creators. Now, why will you choose Davinci Resolve? Davinci Resolve offers several key features and advantages that make it a popular choice for professional video editing and post-production. 1 is advanced color grading. 2 is non-linear editing. 3 is integrated workflow. 4 is collaborative features. 5, visual effects and motion graphics. 6, audio post-production. And 7, one of the most interesting thing is that free version is available now. Davinci Resolve stands out for its advanced color grading capabilities, integrated workflow, collaborative features, and comprehensive set of editing and post-production tools, making it a versatile and powerful solution for filmmakers and video professionals. Overall, just like I said, it is a versatile and powerful tool for professional video production, offering a comprehensive set of features for editing, grading, and finishing projects of all sizes and complexities. Additionally, there's a free version available with many features, making it accessible to a wide range of users. So, without any further ado, let's hop on to our introduction to Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our first lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, we are going to be learning about the introduction to getting started with Davinci Resolve. I'm going to show you all about the home interface, how you're going to get started. I'm going to also show you how you'll be able to install it and start working with Davinci Resolve and which files to open. So, without any further ado, let's show you how you will get started with Davinci Resolve on your device. First of all, on your desktop, what you're going to do is going to be opening up any web browser which you have on your device. Now, as you can see that I have opened up Google Chrome. Now, you can also open up Mozilla. You can also open up Microsoft Edge, whichever one you have. I'm not going to give you any specific, web browser to use. Then what you're going to do is going to be searching out for Davinci Resolve download. Okay? Hit on enter, and you'll basically see Davinci Resolve 18 by blackmagicdesign.com. Just like I said on my intro, this is a software developed by Blackmagic Design. You're going to do is going to be checking out if it is by blackmagicdesign.com. Then click on the first link which you see over here. After you click on this, you will basically see that this is the type of website it is. It also gives you a preview of where Blackmagic has been used. You can see a lot of the movies of Hollywood has been used or produced by Blackmagic or, Davinci Resolve. And you can see it is Davinci Resolve 18, which is still free by them. Okay, there are a couple of different variants which you'll be able to download. You can see the Blackmagic Design, and if you have your own account on Blackmagic Design, you can log in and you'll be able to use more of this site and use more of the functionality if you're logged in. Okay, then you can see the previews, and then when you go down, you will basically see two of these options. Okay, now you can see free download now, and then we also have Davinci Resolve Studio. Now, what are the differences? So if you want full version of the studio, you want to make more, or you want to make more complex video edits, all of those, make sure to download or buy out the studio. But if you are here, or if you're a beginner, you want to learn, you just click on Davinci Resolve free download. It will show you another pop-up, and then you're going to download it. I'm going to show it to you step by step. When you go down, you can see that this is the Hollywood's first or the #1 post solution. Why? I've shown you, or I've given you the example of why people will use DaVinci Resolve, because it has everything to make out a composition, to make out a video edit, to look super professional. It's because you can edit your videos, you can color your videos, you can also fix your audio, and you can also apply infusion, animation, whatever. So it's basically like, kind of Premiere Pro, then iVideo, and all of those, After Effects, all of them together in one solution or in one software. Okay. So this is basically the number one. That is why it is the number one post solution. You can also go through each, this website and see how it actually is. You can see there are a couple of different sections all in one solution for post production. Okay. You can see media, cut, edit, fusion, color, Fairlight, deliver, everything. Okay. Then what you're going to basically do is click on this option over here. When you click on this option, this type of interface will pop up on your screen. Now you can see we have DaVinci Resolve 18.6, which is the free version, and this is 18.6, the studio version, which is not free. What you're going to do over here is select your OS. If you have a Mac OS, click on this Mac OS X. Then if you're using Windows, click on Windows, and if you have Linux, click on that. So I'm going to do is just click on Windows. It will just automatically start downloading on your device. But as I already have it, I'm not going to be downloading it. You can see it. You will be able to, fill in your registration, put in your name, your last name, company, email, phone, everything. Okay. Fix your country, streets, every one of them. Then register yourself, and then it will give you the free download. And then what you're going to do is just install the file, and then it will start running on your device. So as I already have it downloaded, what I'm going to be doing is going to be opening it up on my device, which is DaVinci Resolve. Now, when you click on DaVinci Resolve, or when take a bit of time to open up on your screen, because this is kind of a very big, let's say software. You can see that I have already opened it up. And this is the interface of the project manager. Okay. This is basically called the project manager, and why I'm going to be showing you, or why I'm going to be telling you, because all of the projects which you work on, well, if you've used Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, or any Microsoft suite, you can see when you go off the file, you can see that there are a couple of, recent ones or recently worked doc files or presentation files appearing up. And that is the same screen over here. Okay. So you'll be able to use it to find out your own project. And I'm going to show you everything about it. Okay. So there we have our untitled project. This is basically the local section. So the local section is that you will be able to import your local files, or you will be able to see your local files on your device on this platform. You can see there are a couple of these videos. So these videos are basically the ones which are like, already worked on or recently worked on. Now, one interesting feature about DaVinci Resolve is that it gives you a preview just by using the playhead, even on the project manager. How? When you click on any one of these videos, you can see the play header is over here, and you can see that when I drag it over the videos, it basically pops up, or it basically gives us the preview of that specific frame. You can see this is basically how it looks like. So now you know how you'll be able to use these options. There we go, tutorial and all of those. So that is basically it. Now, when you click on this button over here, this is basically add a folder. If you want to add a folder, you want to organize your project manager panel, and you want to put more files inside of it, you can do that. You have full functionality of it. Make yourself a new folder. Let's say I'm going to do start off with new lessons. Just hit on enter, and there we go, new lessons. I can now drag it inside of it. Let's say I'm going to drag it. I'm also going to drag it. I'm going to drag this. As you can see, this is just drag and drop, but you can also select up the files and then drag all of them together. You can also use your shortcut keys, press Ctrl X, You can see unable to cut project. If it is enabled, then you can just drag all of them inside of it. And you can see this one is also selected, so I'm not going to be selecting that one. I'm going to just drag and drop each and every one of them. You can do that, but you can also drag and drop each and every one of them at the same time. Select, drag, and there we go. All of them has been put inside my new folder. Now, if you want to click on that, and you will see basically all of them back again. Now, if you want a bigger view or a smaller view, you have the slider option. You can zoom out. You can also zoom in to make it bigger. It's basically up to you. Now, you'll also be able to sort it out the way you want to. You can see the sort order button over here. Click on that, and you'll be able to sort it up with the name, the date modified, the timelines, format, or the frame rates. So select up the one which helps you up with organization. I most of the time try using date modified because it just allows me to see when or which one I've worked on recently or which one I worked on like really old or a while ago. So find out the one or select the one which is most preferable by you. Then we have is the information panel. If you want more information about your videos or your project manager, you can select it and it will give you all, the information about each and every one of the videos. As you can see that if I want the resolution, you can see the resolution is 1920 to 1080p, last modified this time, and it will also give you, FPS. So try using it if you want to. Then we have is the view. What type of view do I want on this platform? Do I want a grid view or do I want a list view? Click on that. It will change according to how you want it to be like. Then you can see this is the one, the list view, and this is the grid view. Now you also have this like search button if you want to search up for anything. Let's say I'm going to do a search for class. You can see class. If I want Davinci class tutorial, resort tutorial, you can see it will appear up. Okay, so that is basically how you'll be able to get inside this folder and search them too. You can also filter it by names, formats, and notes. If you have any notes applied to any of these videos or any of the medias, you can also search them according to that. Now, if you want to go back to local, just click on that option again, and it will take you back to the local panel. You can just go off the projects, and there we go. Now, you can see that I have opened up project libraries. Now, when I click on project library, this is basically showing me the local database. Well, the local database is where you are going to, use that folder, or you're going to use that specific file to open up, project, or to open up folders and also videos into Davinci Resolve. When you click on local database, you can add a new project library. You can click on that. You can connect with people at the same time. But which folder do you want to, connect with people? You can also show them that. I'm just going to give you an example. Let's say I want the name to be, let's say I'm going to type in just class 1. Now, what I'm going to be doing is going to be clicking on browse, and then it's going to show me this type of interface. Now, from here, I'm going to do is just use maybe I'm going to do is just go off to Davinci. I'm going to go off the desktop. This is what I want. So I'm going to click on select the folder. I'm going to press on create. Now, class 1 or this folder has been saved up in my local database. Now, I will be able to open them up. But even if I want to connect it with other people, I can also give access to that folder to that other person who I'm working with. So it is just very easy, and that person who has the access, they can also upload it in your class 1 folder in your PC or in Davinci Resolve so that you can download it and put it on your folder or on your hard disk or your SSD. So it is just very simple, and these are quite interesting features what Davinci Resolve gives you in this free software. Okay, so there we go. This is how you'll be able to make your own project. This is basically, I just made a folder so that I can connect it to my local database. But if you want to connect with people, you want to give access to your folder to another person, go off to connect, name the file, locate your folder, connect it, and the person who you want to give it to, they will get the access of that folder so that they can work with your resource and your working space at the same time. Okay, so you can see how interesting and how many features DaVinci Resolve offers you in a free software. Okay, and now you will just know step by step why people use DaVinci Resolve and why is it number one as the post solution. Now let's go off to the next options. You also have a couple of these options over here on the project library. You also get the information about what type of and when it was, let's say modified. Then you have the sorting option. Now, in the sorting option, it is quite different than the sorting option on the project manager. It's because now, what type of projects do you want to be available? Do you want schema? Do you want status? Do you want location? Well, these are a bit complex if you are totally new to DaVinci Resolve, but I'm going to show it to you step by step, okay? Then, if any person whom you're connected with, you want to download any file, click on this restore option. You'll be able to restore that up and you'll be able to download those files at the same time. And you'll be able to search up the folders or files which you have on that specific folder. Now let's go to the networking option. On the networking option, you have this, panel from where if you are connected to other people and if they upload anything or share anything with you, those things will appear on this platform. As I do not have anyone connected to or anyone connected with me, nothing is over here. But if you do it or if you connect with your own account and then share to anyone or anyone shares with you, all of them will appear over here. And the last option which appears up is called the Cloud Magic or let's say Blackmagic Cloud Beta. Well, this is a beta version. So if you want the full version, you have to get the studio. One thing is that make sure you connect with your email and password, sign in with your account. And this is basically kind of like a cloud drive or a Google Drive for only DaVinci Resolve. It offers you a good space too. So you can try using it if you want to. If you're going for professional or intermediate, you can try using it so that you can save it and open them up from any device you have. Okay. So as we're basically done with this, what you can open yourself a new project so that you can see how the interface works. Because interface works, I've shown you how you'll be able to download it, how you'll be able to open it. Now, this is basically how it looks like. I'm going to do is going to be just making myself a new project. Now, from here, I'm going to go up to my local database. This is my local database. And there are a couple of these options over here too. Now, if you want to export anything or any file, you can click on export. It will show you this box. You'll be able to export that up. If you want to import any files, any media, you can also do it just by using the same type of box or same type of interface. Now we have open. If you want to open up any file, click on open. It will start opening on its own. And this is basically the type of interface which will look like on your workspace. But if you don't want it, you can obviously just cut this off. I'm going to show it to you just. So make sure to wait for a bit and I'm going to show it to you how it basically works like. Then what I'm showing you how you are going to create a new project. If you want a new project, click on new project, name up your project or not name it. It's basically up to you. You can click on create. It will just open up on your workspace just like this. And this is basically how it will look like. Now you can also change the name of the project however you want. But now you know how DaVinci Resolve can be opened up, how you're going to work with it. And this is basically the interface which I'm going to be showing you, or this is the workspace which I'm going to be showing you in my next lesson. So just try not to skip any part and hope you understood everything about how you are going to open up DaVinci Resolve in your device. It might be a bit different if you have a different OS, Linux or Mac, but one thing is that all of them are the same. Okay, so there you can see that you might feel like it's a bit complex, but don't worry. I'm going to show you everything step by step in each lesson one by one. So what I'm going to be doing last is going to be showing you how you're going to open up any of the things or any of the recent ones, what you're going to do is click on DaVinci Resolve, or you can go off the file, go off the project manager. You can see the same type of interface opens up on the home panel. I'm going to click on new, and then you're going to do is just select on any of the files. If you have any video, click on open or double click on it, and it will just open up on DaVinci Resolve, and you'll be able to use it however you want. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything. If you have any confusion or any question in this whole course, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you and guide you through the whole process. So thank you for watching the video again, and let's move on to our next project or our next lesson, where we are going to show you about the workspace and the interface of DaVinci Resolve. Welcome to our second lesson of DaVinci Resolve. In this lesson, we are going to show you all about the interface and workspace you need to know about. So, without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by showing you how the interface and workspace works in DaVinci Resolve. As you open up DaVinci Resolve on your desktop, this is the type of interface opens up, right? So first thing what I'm going to be doing is going to be making an untitled project. So this is the untitled project, and this is the workspace. If you've seen my past lesson, you already know about this, okay? Now, first things first is that we have different type of sections in DaVinci Resolve for different type of works. Well, those are basically 7 different sections. First is media, cut, edit, fusion, color, fairlight, and then deliver. This is the last, so I'm going to start off with the media. And I'm also going to be showing you all about the tabs and what type of tools it contains, because we are going to learn everything there is about its interface and its workspace. First thing, when you open up DaVinci, you will basically show up, or it will open up in the cut section, okay, or the cut platform. Here, it's basically, you see the media pool over here. It allows you to import your videos. This is basically kind of like a project panel, okay, where all of your medias are going to show up so that we can start working with it, okay? My new workspace, right? Now, as I have my new workspace, first off, I need a media to show you each and every one of these workspaces, which, DaVinci offers you. So first thing, if I need to upload or import a media, what you can do is go off the media and search up where it basically is. Now you can see that we have this one, and we also have this one. Now it's going to show you where you kept your files. Now I have attached in a resource file, which I'm going to be using in this whole lesson or in this whole course. So you can also use them if you want to. So what I'm going to be doing is going to be opening it up. Now first thing, you can see that I have selected this OCC or my C drive, and then I'm going to do is going to be showing you where I kept it, or I have to search where I have kept it. You can do the same thing. You can zoom in and out. You can also keep it on list view or grid view, however you want. So first thing what I'm going to be doing is going to be finding out where I have my resource file. Now, to find my resource file, what I'm going to be doing over here is that I'm going to find out the folder, okay? So first off, what you can do is that you can just keep the folder in a specific part of, any video, and you'll be able to find them out whenever you want to. Now you can see that over here, I'm going to do is just refresh this file, and I'm going to do is search for it. So I'm going to do is just, you can see the resources over here. And if I click on resources, you will basically see there are a couple of these videos which I'm going to be using. And you're going to have all of these videos on my resource file. You'll be able to use them too. It's basically up to you how you want to use it. If you need help, you can try using them. Okay, now whenever I hover over any of these videos, you can see on each frame it's given me a preview on my player. Works the same way on each and every one of them. See?
This is one of the interesting factor about using Davinci Resolve. Okay, you can see this is how it will look like. So if I want to use any one of them, I'm just going to just drag one of them. I'm going to use, when you want to put it on your timeline panel, you'll basically see that project or change project frame rate. If you want to change it, you can. If you don't want to change it, you can also keep it the way you want it. So I'm going to just keep it not change. And this is basically my project panel, which even if I go to cut, it will stay there. So you might think that this is the timeline panel, but this is not. This is basically my resource panel where I can get all of my resources. I can import anything, and then I can drag it directly into my project panel, which appears up on the cut section. Okay, now if I want to use all of them, I can drag all of them over here, and all of them will be available on this section. Okay, you can also do the same thing. You can sort them out, grid or list view. You can see the frames, you can see the end, the start, everything. Okay, if you want that, you can do that. You can also fit them according to the way you want to. So this is basically the media panel or the media workspace where you'll be able to import your media. It also gives you this player over here, where you'll be able to play any video to see how it works. You can see, and you can also play it when you hit on space. So you also have media storage, the clone tool. So this is basically the media storage. And if you want to clone anything, you can also add in job clone. Well, I'm not going to go through that because it is a bit complex if you're quite new to it. And this is basically the master panel where you're going to show. You can also zoom in and out. You can also keep it the way you want to. If you want info, you can also keep a list or grid view. You can also sort it out the way you want to. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. But keep it the way basically it is, so it will just give you, a lot more beginner-friendly interface to work with. From here on the master panel, you'll be able to use the smart bins, the keywords, and also you can also get out like collections of your videos. So basically, we are done with this media platform. Now let's go off to the cut platform. Now, one thing you can see that when I shift off to each and every one of these sections, the tabs or the tools under the tabs change. So if I go off to cut, you can see there are different ones over here. So, but one thing is that I have already applied all of the medias from the project manager or media storage into my project panel. So if I go off to cut, you can see my project panel is still the same. Now, what I can do is also sort it from here, keep it the way I want to, and also I can also get like different type of previews of each and every frame. So it's basically up to me how I want it to be like. Okay, now you can see that a couple of them has audios. So whichever video or which video has audio in it, it will give you this type of, this icon over each and every one of the videos. Okay, as you can see, this one doesn't have any audio, so it doesn't have that icon. Neither does this. From here, you'll be able to shift off to the master tab. You can see this is basically the short form of master tab. From here, you will be able to import your media, import media folder, and sync clips, and also relink your media the way you want to. So as we already have the media pool, or so-called the project panel, then we have a sync the bin. You can also sync it if you want to, and you'll basically see it on the master. Why? Because it's going to show you each and every one of them in each and different cameras, okay? Or each and every different, POV, or even let's say it's just different type of monitors. Then we have the transitions. You can go off the transitions and apply all of them over here. There's like a vast amount of transitions which you'll be able to use in Davinci Resolve. Then we have titles, a whole different section just for titles, and they also have a couple of effects or presets. Well, these are also applied by Fusion, but I'm gonna go step by step. If you want to apply any effect on your video, your text, or even any medias, you can go through these options over here. It's going to give you a vast source or vast resource of these effects, which you'll be able to use. And obviously, if you keep on downloading and keep on updating, your software is also going to keep on updating whichever is new to, DaVinci Resolve. So try using them, find out the one which you have to use, and because there's like a lot of them. And this is not just basically the effects, this is just fusion effects, FX blur. There are different categories, but you can also make your own one with fusion composition. So you can try doing that. So basically we're done with this. Let's go off the media pool. Now I'm going to do is just apply one of them to my, timeline panel. So basically this is my timeline panel, and you can see this is where it starts from. You might see this is how it looks like. And you can see that we have a couple of space over here, but you don't have to worry. This is where it is going to start from, because there it is. We have two playheads over here, which I can use. One is to, go through the whole thing, and another one is to go through the specific, let's say video. So try using that. And there we have different type of views: smart insert, then we have is append, ripple override, close up, place on top, source override. Let's say I want to place on top or anything. Let's say I can click on that. I'm going to do is just place on top, and it will place on the top. Okay, so you can try using that, and I'm going to do is just drag it over here. You can also append it if you want to. It will just take you right on the other corner. And you can see over here we have append, and the other one is smart insert. You can also insert smart ones, 3 of them over here. You can see this is basically how it will work. Okay, now you can see each and every one of them has been overridden, so it doesn't show you something like the different video. So try using these options. These are quite fun to use, but if it still seems complex, you can just follow each and every one of the steps. And if you want to delete anything, just press on delete, and it will be deleted from your workspace. So basically now you know about this workspace too. On the cut, on the left side, we have like the same type of thing, which is basically the timeline option. Then we have a timeline actions. If you want to detect, cut any scene. Then we also have trims. This is video 2 or V2, which is basically a different playhead or a different, section just to see the whole thing. But if you want frames, you have a whole different timeline, which is kind of more different and more advantageous than other softwares. Because if you've used Premiere Pro, you can only see one timeline panel, but it offers you 2, one for the track, one for the frames. So you can do that. And we also have separate tracks for audios and videos. You can also reduce or remove, mute it, and also disable the track, enlarge the track, lock the track, everything. Okay, so you can try using them, and you can obviously see the play header or the player over here. Now we are basically done with our cut section or our cut part 2. So let's move on to our edit section or our edit platform. You can see we have this option over here. If I copied it, I'm going to do is just cancel, Control C, Control V. I'm going to do is just take it over here. I want it to play on this platform too. If you want it to play on this one, you can also apply another video and check it how it looks like. This is basically one of our player, and there we have the secondary player. You can also drag it over here if you want to, but now we have one only. So I'm going to do is just paste another one over here. You can see this is now playing because we have another one over here. If I remove that, you can see the bottom one has also been removed because we're going to only use audios in the secondary section, because you can see this is audio 1, audio 2, video 1, video 2. And why do you think this is audio 1 and why is this audio 2 like the opposite? It's the opposite because on videos it overlays another one, but in audio it depends on how you adjust it. So if you apply any video, if you want to overlay any video or any photo, what you're going to do is put it on top. But if you want to keep another one on top to make it visible, make sure to keep that media on top of another one. Okay, so try using that option. From here you will also be able to apply effects, the index, the sound library. You can get access to that. And obviously DaVinci Resolve gives you a free sound library which you can download. Click on download and it will get you to the web browser. From there you'll be able to download whichever one you like. You can see this is the one this is the website. First off, log in with your accounts and then you'll be able to download it. And if you have any latest downloads of your software, you can go off to this latest downloads. You can download any free ones, try your own OS, and then you'll be able to see that your, software has been downloaded without any doing anything. Okay. So this is basically how it looks like, and this is the edit panel. From here, you'll be able to edit all of these options, and here is where you're gonna do is cut, copy, trim, split, splice, everything. You have these options: blade, we have trim mode, another edit trim mode. So these are these options: append, and all of those: insert clip, overwrite, replace, snapping, then link selection, position lock, flags, markers, full extent zoom, detail zoom, custom zoom. You can also zoom in and out using these options, as we do not have another track, header over here. So you're gonna do is just use one, which you can see the whole thing, and then you can zoom in and out. You can fix out the sound. So basically, this is it for our edit panel or our edit workspace. Now, this is the Fusion, which is one of the most complex part. Well, we're going to show it to you later on, but this is where all of your magic happens. Okay. You can just apply more transitions, apply more effects, smooth transitions and everything. You can apply to these options. You can play it up and also, just see how it looks like. We have a couple of process modes: frames, media source, the layers, the image, audio, the settings, tools and modifiers, median one, source, color space, gamma space, all of them. Okay. You can lock in and out. And this is basically the composition panel, where you're going to compose it the way you want to with Fusion. So I'm not going to show you, I'm not going to give you an example right now because it takes a bit of time, but I have a whole different lesson, separate lesson just about Fusion. So make sure not to skip any part. I'm just showing you the workspace. And on the top, we have nodes, which you will be able to use to, see which composition, or this is basically the nodes, which you can see over here. You'll be able to customize it the way you want to. And if you don't want to see it on your workspace, you can click on that and it will be, just collapsed. Okay. And the next one we have over here is the color space, from where you are going to start up your color grading. Now you also have nodes over here, which you will be able to apply, but we have all of these color wheels, the wavelength, fixing your YRGB, and also your keyframes. So it might look a bit complex because kind of it is, but just I'm going to assure you by the end of this course, you'll be able to, use it freely. But one thing is that if you have any new idea, if you are fiddling through the workspace, you will learn a lot more, and do not hesitate to, spend some time. So basically the first thing is that make sure you have a good PC. Secondly is that make sure you update your software most of the time. Third is that you practice on, and the fourth is the time invested on this. The more investment or the more time you give on the software, the better you're going to get with time. Then we have our clips over here. You'll be able to see your clips, which clip you're using. You also have LUTs, which you'll be able to use. And there's also a vast amount of LUT in Davinci Resolve, which you'll be able to apply whenever you want. You can see this is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. So just fill through these options and you'll basically find out your own tool. There are also a couple of these tools over here, which, matches up with this workspace. Then we have a sphere light. Now, this is one of the most, let's say, easiest to understand, but really complex to fix it up. It's basically the audio section where you are going to apply SFX or sound effects in your workspace or in your video. You're going to customize it the way you want to. You can fix in the waves. You can fix in, effects. You can fix in with your, the adjusters, the mixers, the meters, everything. You can also apply ADR, sound library, all of them. Okay. So fiddle through these options. You will find out the one which you need to use. If you click on that again, it will be, it will just disappear, but it's just, you can also collapse them again. You can also use these options over here, fix in your equalizer, dynamics, effects, order, input, everything is over here, just about audio. And the last one which you see over here is called the deliver. It's the deliver because it is the end of, or let's say the last step of your composition. You have to deliver it, right? So you're going to get all of those options about deliver over here in the sections. Now I'm going to show it to you why. Let's say you are done with everything. Now you want to deliver it to someone. Okay. Now you can also fix in your export, like what type of resolution you want. You can also fix it on where you want to, upload it. YouTube, Vimeo, Twitter or X, TikTok, presentation, all of them, Premiere Pro, you can do that. You can just directly send it to, or deliver it to that software, or you can upload it directly to. You can name up your file. You can save where you want to on your device. You can render. You can also render single clips or individual clips. Then we have is video, audio, or file, which one you customize. If you want to customize your video before exporting it, let's say you want to fix the format, you want to fix the codec, you want to fix the encoder, resolution, then the frame rates, keyframes, all of them you want to save it. You can also go up to advanced settings such as ICQ control, rate control, presets, which one you're using, then entropy coding, ECM. Then we also have gamma tag and all of these options over here, subtitle settings, everything about video which you need in a software. And then we have the audio settings. And then we also have the file settings, how you want to save it as. And you can also see disk space used after the render. And also disk space currently used. Okay. So it's going to give you all of them. And then you're going to do is just add to render queue. And after it has been rendered, what you can do is just see or, just check it out on your own. And if you cannot see how much it is rendered, you can just click on this render queue option over here and you will basically see how much it is being rendered and you will get the preview of it. Okay. So basically we are done with these options over here are these individual workspaces in Davinci Resolve. From here, you can also go back to home or the project manager. What I'm going to do is just close it. And you can also go off the settings. You can customize your master settings to image scaling, color management, general option, camera raw, capture playback, subtitles, Fairlight, and also path mapping. So you can customize it the way you want to, but I also have individual lessons for each and every one of them. So just stay tuned not to skip any part. There are also a couple of these options right over the player where we have is the bypass color grades. Then we have is enhanced viewers. And also we have a couple of coders or markers, which you will be able to use. So just try fiddling through these options. So this is basically the first part of the workspace and interface. In my second part of this lesson, I'm going to show you all about the tabs step by step. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next part of workspace and interface. And if you have any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next part of this lesson. Welcome to part 2 of workspace and interface. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on our desktop. As you open up Davinci Resolve, what you're going to do is going to be making up a new project. So I'm just going to show you about the tabs. So I'm going to do is just click on this and I'm going to show you all about the tabs. Okay. So on the tabs, what you have is first off, Davinci Resolve. It's going to give you information about which we're. As you open up Davinci Resolve or your new project, what you're going to do is you can see the tabs over here. And I'm going to give you info about all of these, tabs and what these tools or what these tabs offer. First off, click on Davinci Resolve and it's going to give you about Davinci, which file or which info or which version you are using. You have the keyboard customizations over here. You can change them if you want to, or you can learn a bit about, the shortcut keys. I'm going to close it off. And then you can also check for updates. You can check for preferences, and also you can quit directly just by pressing on Control and Q as the shortcut key. Then we have this file. From here, you will basically see, the project options, new project, new bin, new timeline, close current timeline, saving, importing, exporting. Then we have as managers, project manager, project settings, project notes, media management, DCP, Dolby Vision. Then on the edit, you have these, editing commands: cut, copy, paste, undo, redo, then insert, Dolby Vision again, delete, select, insert, override, replace, multicam, swap, and all of those over here. On the trim, you will basically find out about how you can splice or split up and trim up your video, audio, and also your medias. All of those options will be over here, from where you want to replace it, from where you want to ripple edit, where you want it to roll, the slip, all of them. Okay. Then we have is the timeline. It's going to give you tools about all the timeline options: transition, selection, cleanup, join, split, razor, then audio scrubbing, matching the frame, tracking. All of those will appear over here. On the clips, you'll basically find out which clips you want to use on your workspace, new ones, old ones, enabling them, showing keyframes, changing the direction, changing duration, aligning it, fixing audio, multicam, cut, flip, and all of those. Okay. On the mark, you can mark up, certain parts of your media just by using these options: mark in and out, clear in and out, keyframe, timeline mode, mark and clip, add marker. It's like kind of bookmarking, or mark up certain parts so that you can find out later on in the composition which one you want to edit, which one you want to cut out, which one you want to keep. All of those options, you'll be able to use the mark tools to, make your work a lot more easier. On the view, it's going to make yourself, or it will just help you to, view your workspace in a different way. So you can try these options too, just by using these viewing options. Here you'll find out bypass, switch eye, viewer overlay, timeline modes, flags, markers, timeline scrolling, which type of view you want. And on the playback, you will be able to use these options to, play, stop, forward, reverse, fast, go slow, all of them: proxy, render, delete, fusion, memory. You can use these scanners options too. You can use time code, go to, step one. And in the Fusion, you'll be able to use all about Fusion. There's like not a lot of tools over here, but you'll be able to use it when you go off the Fusion section or the Fusion workspace and then apply those options. On our color, well, most of the tools which appear on the workspace will appear over here: nodes, resets, grades, stills, presets, memories, printing, printer light, Dolby, HDR Vision, HDR Vivid, all of those. On the Fairlight, you'll be able to apply SFX, the formats, VCA, inputting monitor size, monitoring, automation, all of those just about audio. Okay, nothing else, just about audio. On your workspace, you'll be able to customize your workspace the way you want to, such as showing page, dual screen, primary display, video clean feed, viewer mode, Fairlight viewer. All of them will appear over here. Okay, and then the last one we have is the help. If you want to get any help from Davinci, you want to talk to their, service, you want to give them a feedback, you want to document anything, you can just go off this help tab and then, use these commands to get to that. Okay. Or, get your end result. Then we have over here, which I didn't show, which is kind of like the quick export, the full screen, and also the inspector. And at the right, we have this volume meter, which you can also use to, customize or edit your audio and manage it so that you get the best result out of everything. Okay. So basically now you know everything about the workspace and interface on how Davinci works, how it, is formed, where you can find the tools. So thank you for watching this part 2 of this lesson up till the very end. Still, if you have any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you till the very end and guide you through the whole process. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Davinci Resolve.
Welcome to our third lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to import your media directly from your folder into Davinci so that you can start working, editing, and compose them. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on our device. As I've opened up Davinci Resolve or Studio on my device, and the next thing what I'm going to be doing is going to be importing or starting up a new project. So if I want to start up a new project, you have to go through this home panel first. Now, if you want to import up your files, you can do that. But instead of that, I'm going to do is just make myself a new project so that I can show you how you'll be able to use them directly from the workspace. Now, click on new project. Let's say I'm going to do is name it, import, and then I'm going to do is just create them. Now, as I've created it, you can see that I have been dropped off on the cut page or the cut platform. I'm going to go off the media because that is where we are going to start off putting up our resources. Okay. Now, I'm also going to be showing you where you can get those resources from and how will you be able to use them. First thing first is that make sure you can see that on the left side of, the workspace of Davinci, you can see OSC and also the C drive. So I'm going to open up my C drive and you can see this is how it basically looks like when you just click on it. I can also expand and collapse it. But instead I'm going to do is just open up C and then I'm going to open up in a grid form. You can change it over here. You can increase the size if you want to. So from here, I have attached in a resource file, which I've used in my previous lesson. So I'm going to do is just click on that resource folder. And there we go. We have all of the resources which we need to use. And in this lesson, I'm also going to be showing you from where you will be able to get quality, royalty-free content. So if you want those resources, make sure to open up any web browser which you have on your device. Now, as you have any browser, what you're going to do is going to be searching for pixels.com. Okay? Hit on enter, and this is basically the site which we are going to be using to get our resources from. Now, from here, what you're going to do is there are a couple of, photos which you'll be able to use. So I'm going to do is just download a couple of them. So I'm going to click on download, and it will start downloading on its own. I'm going to do is download a couple of them. Okay, there we go. And if you want to use videos, just shift from here to videos and type in anything you want. And what you're going to do is just click on search on videos, or you can also go off the videos over here. And there we go. We have a couple of videos which we can use and download at the same time. So I'm going to go down, find out the one which we have to use. So let's say I'm going to do is just download this one. Make sure you're connected with your account and also make sure you're connected with internet, because if you do not have it, you will not get access to this site. Okay. Neither a lot of these functionalities which you'll be able to use in Davinci. So first thing is that this is the media page, right? If you've seen my first lesson or the second lesson, you already know how to put it on your media pool, or so known as the project panel. What you can do is just drag it directly onto the media pool like this. You can change it if you want to. It's basically up to you. So I'm going to do is click on change, and there we go. It has given me a preview of the whole video, right? But this is not the timeline. So what you can do is also take the whole folder and use it the way you want to. So I'm going to go back, and you can take this resource, take this into the the media pool, and all of them will appear over here at the same time. So what you can do is basically drag the resources which you want to use individually, or you can also take the ones which you need to use step by step, or the whole folder at the same time. Now you can also go off the downloads or other folders where you have your, media. So if you've seen my videos, or if you've seen the course, or if you've used Filmora, you have this option called media folder. So this is kind of like the same thing, but this is just drag and drop. So it's a lot more easier than that. Now you also have the media folder option in this software of Davinci. Well, I'm going to show you step by step. So there we go. We've used in the folder, dragged the folder into this media pool, and all of them has collapsed, or all of them is now available to use from the media pool. Now, even if I go to cut, all of them will still appear over here. Now, the next thing what I can do is go off the file, and you have this import, and then import project, and import metadata to media pool, or selected media pool clips. What you're going to do is click on import, and then you have this media option, which is Control and I. Click on that, and this type of pop-up box will appear on your screen. Now, if I go off the downloads, and I'll be able to use whichever one I need. So I'm going to click on these two photos, or maybe just this video. I'm going to do is just select this video, press on open, and that video has been opened up. Now you know there are two methods of importing media on your workspace. One is going to be going through your drive, finding out your folder, or what you can do is go off the cut or even stay on media. Just click on file, which is a lot more easier. Go to import media, and as this box opens up, select the folder where you have your files or media, and then select them, press on open, and they will open up or be imported directly into your workspace of media pool. Now let's show you a couple of different methods of how you'll be able to get your media imported into your workspace. When you right click on it, you can see you'll be able to create a new bin with a selected clip. But I'm not going to suggest you to create the bin, because if you're a beginner, you might face a couple of hassle and complications. So click on import media and import the files which you need to use. You can also go off the file, go off the import project, and you can upload or import your project directly. Now, the import project is a whole different thing. It's going to contain resources on its own, because that is a whole composition. Not just any specific video, not just any specific photo or any specific audio. The whole composition is termed to be the project. So you can upload it and also import it and work on it at the same time. Then we can also go off the file, click on import metadata. Now, what is metadata? All the information about anything, any media. Let's say about the location, what device it has been using, when was it last updated or modified, when was it imported, when was it exported, the time duration which was worked on it to make the composition. Every info or every detail about anything or any media is called the metadata. So you'll be able to use that whenever you want to. Now you can also import the metadata to the media pool, and you can also get the metadata into selected pool clips. So if you click on media pool, you can see this type of interface opens up. Now select up the folder where you have your file, and then you'll be able to get the metadata extracted directly into your media pool so that you can see all about the information. Now, if you need information about anything, you also have different methods. You can just click on it, and you can see this is the metadata. So the metadata of this video is this. This is the name. This is the format. This is the FPS, the resolution, the time and date it was modified, and the duration of it. So every information is the metadata of any media or any object which you are using. Then the next one, which you can do, is just change this viewing panel. You can right click, or you can go off the file and can import different options. If you want to import any bin, you can also do that. You can just go off over here. You can see Davinci Resolve bins. If you have any bins, you can restore them directly into your workspace so that you can start working with it without losing any quality. And you can also sync the bin if you want to. You can see when I sync any bin, this is basically how it looks like. And when I take this, it just looks like kind of a camera, right? There are a couple of different monitors to see different type of views or different frames. And I can play all of them together, and all of them will be rendered at the same time. Well, if you don't have a good PC, you will basically see there will be a couple of stutters. So I'm going to suggest you that you have a good quality GPU on your device so that you can use bins and check it in different formats. You can play it like this, and you can see that there are a couple of different formats, a couple of different other files too, which will play along at the same time. This is kind of like a whole composition altogether. Now, there's no edit over here, but all of them combining together makes up a composition, and that is basically showing up as a bin. So there are a couple of different views to it too, so you can try using them. Now I'm going to show you from which side you're going to get your audios from. Now, if you want to get your audios from, there is also a couple of different sites which I'm going to be showing you. Type in royalty-free music. Now, the first link of Pixabay will open up on your screen. You can click or go onto that site and download the ones which you want to use. Now, another advantage of using this site is that it gives you free preview on the site so that you can hear it and then you can download the one which you want to use. And there are also a couple of categories which you'll be able to use, and you can also log in so that you get regular updates if there is anything new which you can use according to your work. Now you can also get videos, you can get vectors, illustrations, photos, and even home at the same time. You can see there are a couple of resources which you'll be able to gather. But I'm going to suggest you to use excels.com because it also gives you royalty-free, different kind of resolution of video and photo at the same time. So there you go. This is how you'll be able to import up any media on your file. Let me just show you how you'll be able to get your audio. So let's say I'm going to do is just download any one of these audios. So I'm going to do is just go off to pixabay.com. And then I'm going to do is just download any one of these options. Okay, I'm going to download this. Wait a bit until it has been downloaded. And then what you're going to do is just go off to Davinci Resolve, go off the file, go off to import, media, and then you have this option over here. Click on open, and that audio track will be opened up. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to import any medias on Davinci. Now, one thing is that as this is the media pool, you'll be able to get access to the media pool from each and every one of these platforms so that you don't lose, the sites of them. You can also open the media pool over here to see which one you're working with. You can go off the color. You can also open up the media pool and select up the file which you want to apply color to. Fairlight also has this media pool option and even deliver at the same time. Now, deliver is going to show your video after you're done editing and after you're done composing your whole project. So as you can see, this is empty because I only have it on my media pool, not on my timeline panel. So this is basically how you'll be able to import them. There are also a couple of different methods. So I'm going to suggest you to follow these options. Well, these are very basic and very essential. And just make sure not to skip any part because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And if you still have any question or confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. Now, there's going to be an addition to this lesson, which is going to be the import media folder. I'm just going to show you the last thing. Click on media folder and you'll be able to import the whole thing together. Let's say go off the desktop, Davinci Resolve, resource, select folder. All of them will appear up at the same time. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you all about the project settings, how you can set up your workspace, and also a couple of tips before starting to work with Davinci. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on your device. As you can see that I have opened up Davinci Resolve on my PC. Now I'm going to be showing you everything about the project settings. Now the project settings are going to contain a lot of things. If you've seen my interface and workspace, you already know where to find your project settings. First thing is that open up an untitled new project and then you'll be able to get access to it. So how will I do it? I'm going to click on Untitled Project, and I'm going to do is just open it up on my workspace. Now, after I have opened it up on my workspace, you can see right beside on the right bottom corner of this home button, we have the settings, right? Click on that settings, and this is where all about your project settings will appear up. Now, the first thing or the first setting which you're going to fix out is going to be your resolution, your frames, your playback, video formats, and the color options. Now, first off, make sure you have the native display. I most of the time try using 1920 in a 1080, or I also sometimes keep like 1080p, 720p according to my need. But if I need HD, I try to use, 1280, 720 or 1366 in the 767
Okay, it's going to be based up to you and depending on your device. If you have a better PC, if you have better cores, you can try out 2160 into 2160 Ultra HD Square, or you can also try 3840 or 2160. But if you are making any decent video edits or maybe even sometimes movies, if you want it HD, try to keep it somewhere around 1080 into 1920 or 1920 into 1080p, because that is going to be giving you a very good outcome. Okay, so that is basically the ratio. You can also put in your ratio if you want to, or your resolution. You can put in what type of pixel aspect ratio you want. Fix in your timeline frame rate. Well, I try using it on 25. I do not keep it too high, but if I try making something like a reel or maybe a social media video, then I keep it somewhere around 59.94 or 60. I do not keep it anywhere, above 60, because it just, it takes a lot of time to process up and the core rendering takes a lot of time. But if you want like a really good movie type or professional type of HD video, try to keep it somewhere around 24, 25 or 30 max. Okay. Try using that. It should be very good. Then we have is the playback frame rate. You can also try it out, which one you want to keep, 25 or 30 or 60, based up to you and what you want. Now, the video format which you're going to keep is 1080-25, but there is this another option of 1080i50, which is also quite good. And then we also have different ones which we have over here, 2K 1080p 120 FPS. You can try that out. That is also quite nice to use and gives you off a very good outcome. I most of the time just get the highest to 1080p 60 FPS HD, because it gives me off a really good result. If you are on a middle end device, or even if you are on a low end device, you can try it out. But obviously, if you're using Davinci, I would suggest you that you have a really good device. Okay. And I'm going to suggest you, if you have a mid-range device, don't go anywhere above 1080 60 FPS. You can try out 1080 or let's say 2K 1080 PSF 25. You can try that out, but do not go any higher. If you have like a high end device, you can go up to 8K 4K based on your core on your CPU. It will give you off a really good result. Then we have this SDI configuration. You can try that out. Now fix out your video bit depth. Depending on your device, you can keep it 10-bit. If you have a mid-range or a low end, you can keep it 8-bit. But if you have a medium end or a high end, obviously keep it 10-bit. It doesn't contain 16-bit because this is not that type of software. Then we have this monitor scaling. Try keeping it on bilinear, because it's going to have 2 axes, which is going to be the monitor scaling. If you keep it basic, it will only optimize 1 axis on your device. So you might face a couple of, stuttering on while working. Then we have this optimized media and render cache. Keep it all default. You can fix out where you want your folders or where you want your projects to be. You can see these are the working folders. These are the locations where your cache, where your, proxy generation, gallery stills will be saved up. Then we have this frame interpolation. Keep it all default. Okay. It will also give you a really good type of settings. Then we have is the image scaling. On the image scaling, make sure to keep it sharper. But if you want to keep it smooth, you can also keep it smooth if you want to. On the deinterlace quality, keep it normal. Or you can also keep it Davinci Neural Engine. That's also quite good. But obviously it will take the real time, effect. And it will cause, your CPU to heat up fast. So you can try that out if you want to. But if you see that it's stuttering, you can change back to sharper and change back to normal. Okay. Then the main part about over here is about the color management. Now in the color management, you will find out that it is on Davinci YRGB. You can try out YRGB color managed and also access CCT. That's also doable. You can try that out. On the input looking table, you can select up the one which you want to use. Most of the time, if I'm using or making videos, you can try out 4.6 film record 709 or film to video. You can try those out, and those are going to be 4K. But if you want a better one, you can try out the gamma ones. It will also give you a very good quality video. Fix out the needs. I'm gonna suggest you keep it nit somewhere around 10,000 or 8,800 because if you go higher, it will distort up and it will give you a very distorted quality video if you do not have a good device. Then we have is the general option. On the general option, try keeping all of them the same, but make sure to fix out your dynamic profile. You can keep the dynamic profile 1, but sometimes you might see that it is kept on 0. If it's kept on 0, just shift it to 1 and also profile and to 1 because you can focus on one project at a time. Make sure not to keep it too high. Keep your use local version for new clips in the timeline, okay? If you keep it in the timeline, you'll be able to save it up as, a project or DRA file. If you do not have it selected, you'll basically find a bit of hassle later on because you just have to, apply it over and over again. Then we have is the camera raw. Try using ARP or ARRI. You can also try Blackmagic RAW. That is also quite good. If you have any specific, device, if you have a Sony RAW or if you have a Nikon RAW, you can also try them out. It should give you a very good outcome. And keep the decode quality to be full resolution. Make sure not to, use 1/8 or quarter. Make sure to keep it full so that you get the full quality, full resolution of anything raw. Okay, then we have the decode using which type. You can use Blackmagic RAW default so that you will be able to, just decode it on your software, which will be more optimized. But if you're using camera metadata, you might see that sometimes it cannot be decoded. It will give you the same data which is going to capture in your camera as the raw file. So try that out. Then we have is capture and playback. Make sure to keep it on AZ1080 PSF 24 or try to keep it 25 if you have selected 25 as your frame rate. So it's going to be depending up to you. If you want it higher, you can go higher. And you can just make sure if you are on medium end, just go till 2K 1080 PSF 25 FPS. And if you want 60 FPS, then make sure to keep it on 1080p only, not 2K. Okay, so you can use this one too. And then do not use this 4:4:4 SDI. What will happen is that it will only optimize it on the 4:3 ratioed videos. Okay, so try that out. And then there are also a couple of other ones. We have video format, which is DFX, DPX, and then the codecs is RGB 10 bits. Now, if you're using the studio version, there's going to be sRGB. So if you have the studio version, make sure to shift to dynamic sRGB. And also if you have the Blackmagic RAW, you also try that out because it's going to give you the optimized and better version and full version without any drop of resolution on your software. You can try those out. Then we have a subtitles and transcript. On the Fairlight, keep it the highest audio or audio sample around 48,000. If you want higher or if you have a sound card, you can go up to 96,000. But if you want to go higher, you have higher or better input, better output, you can try out 1,92,000. Okay, but if you have like a decent PC, if you do not have any sound card, just make sure to use these 40 or 48,000 audio sample bitrate and make sure to keep it on IEC 606 or 60268. You can also try out customizing your own one, but if you are basically new to it, make sure to keep it on IEC and make sure to keep it or customize your LUFS or target loudness level. You can keep it on 0, which is neutral, but I try keeping it lower because it just, reduces the outside sound or sometimes even removes the sound which are, unpleasant to hear. You can try that out. You can also fix out the bus meter. You can fix out the high level and the low level. It's basically up to you. And the last one is path mapping. Now, after you are basically done with every settings, which you're done over here on this, what you can do is save all of them up as a preset. Now, how do you do that? What you're going to do is that when you have selected on any one of these, you can see the 3-dot option over here. Click on that and you can see default preset. You can load up your preset or you can also export them if you want to. If you want to save it just the way I saved it right now, you can default presets, you can load up presets, or you can also reset it to default, and you can set current settings as default preset. You can also do that. If I click on that, you can see update, and there we go. my new preset has been saved, or the new settings has been saved as my preset. Now what you can do is also get it to reset it to default. You can also do that, reset default, and you can see still the same settings are remaining. Why? It's because now the one which I have over here is now my default. But you can also load them up. First off, make sure to, update your preset, update, or let's say save up your current settings, and then make sure to save it so that you can use or toggle through each presets every time you are using DaVinci Resolve. So hope you understood everything about the project settings, how you can start off, and how will you be able to change the preset, change your workspace the way you want to. And if you want to change your workspace, you can go off the workspace and then you'll be able to change out the way you want to. So it's basically up to you how you want to work. So without any further ado, and if you have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. And now let's move on to our next lesson of DaVinci Resolve.
Welcome to a new lesson of DaVinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you every way of how to cut and trim. Now, make sure to not skip any part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So I'm going to be showing you each and every methods of also about the cut and the edit page, or the platforms, the differences, the different tools, and also the methods of how you'll be able to use cut and trim on your videos and medias whatsoever. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up DaVinci Resolve on our device. Now, after you have opened up DaVinci Resolve Studio on your device, now the thing is that you can also open up worked on or recently worked project, or you can make a new project where you're going to upload new elements, new media, audio, photos, everything, and then you're going to work on with it. So make sure to keep that in mind. Try to, make up or fix up your own type of workspace. So now what I'm going to be doing is going to be making myself a new project. So I'm going to click on new project, and I'm going to just type in cut and trim. Hit on enter. And then I'm going to do is going to be making myself a new project so that I have a clean workspace. First thing is that I'm going to need a media. Now I'm going to be showing you two of these platforms and how those basically work and how you'll be able to cut and trim. But most of the focus is going to be on this cut platform. First off, go off the media. First off, open up your the resource files. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be drag the resource into this folder. Don't change. Now, as I have all of these videos or medias, now what I'm going to be doing is going to be going off to my cut page or the cut platform. Now, on the cut platform, what do you basically see? Well, we can basically see that the edit and the cut platform are basically kind of the same. Both of them, on both of these platforms or on both of these pages, you will be able to edit your work or edit your composition. But the difference is that on the cut, we have the timeline, or we have two timeline. One is for the magnified process and one is to see the whole track. Now I'm going to show you the difference, and I'm going to tell you how you'll be able to use the tools. First things first is that I'm going to take one of the media into my timeline. I'm going to drag it into my timeline. You can see this is how it will look like. So what I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this so that we can see how it basically works. Now, one thing is that you can see that on the video, or one of the track is now filled with one of the audio over here. And you can see over here that we have my track, which basically helps me to find out or see the whole composition at the same time. Now, as I can see the whole composition at the same time, I can also play it just by pressing on my space bar from wherever I can. I can also take it over here, play it from that part. I can also take it at the end and also play it from that part. Now, I can also zoom in and out according to my need. I can use control and use my scroll bar to zoom in and out. Now let's show you the couple of different tools. Now, just like I said, this is the whole track. and this is the magnified view, which helps you to see it. Now you can see, even though when I'm sliding through my whole video or composition, only one of the playhead is moving. Now if you want to change that, you can do that too. On the left side, you can see there are two of these options over here. You can see we have video only, audio only. You can change it the way you want to. When you click on it, you'll be able to change it, or you'll be able to move it the way you want to. Now what I'm going to do is just change it like this, and you'll be able to, let's say, move it or change it the way you actually desire it to be. So first thing is that you have to go over to edit, and there are also a couple of other cut tools. But first thing, I'm showing you about only the cut page, where you'll be able to customize it the way you want to and to move it the way you need. Now there are a couple of tools which you will find out that there might be a bit different from yours. It's because of the versions. Now it's going to or make yourself, or even if you're working on Davinci, make sure that you're using the newest version, because on each update it changes the way it works. Okay, so you can also use them whenever you want and however you want. And there are a couple of these tools over here which I've shown you, and I will also show you how you'll be able to work with it. Now the first thing of cut is that you have the split option over here and ripple option over here. Now you can use that options to cut them the way you want to. First thing is that you have this cut option, click on that, and then from here you'll be able to cut up certain elements from this track. You can see when I'm dragging it, you can see the time is changing. You can see 31.04 seconds. So that means it is reducing the time by cutting out that part. And you can also see the frames that is being changed. You can see plus 1 or 2, 3 seconds being changed or being cut off. And you can see the number of frames over here. Okay, so you can see this is how it will change. You can see plus 163 or 161 frames has been removed, and 2 or let's say 2 seconds or 3 second 5 millisecond has been removed. So that is how you'll be able to remove that. Just click on that, drag it. I'm going to do is just drag it over here. Let's say I'm going to do is remove up till 4 seconds. And then I can do is just get it to the end. And I can also remove it on this part. Let's say I'm also going to be removing 4 seconds from this part too. There we go. 4 seconds from this part. So as I have removed 4 seconds from each path, or each corner from the beginning and also the end, what I can also do is make sure to, split up in a certain part. For that, we have to go off to edit. Now, there are also a couple of other options. We have ripple options. You can already see the ripple option over here, where we'll be able to remove it the way we want to. Now, even if you have it selected, or even if you have the file selected, we will also be able to use this tool over here. And what we can also do is change it or remove it from this path. We can also take it over here and remove it the way we want to. You can see that if we're using this option, we'll be able to use it up to the playhead. There we go, removed. And I can also go up to the end. I can also drag it at the corner and remove it up till either the playhead or more than we need. So I'm going to do is just keep it up till here. And you can see that it has been removed. Okay, so that is how simple it is. And there are also a couple of other options which I'm going to be showing it to you step by step. You can see now this part is black. I'm going to do is just select on that and press on delete, and it has been removed. Okay, now you can see that there's this option called source tape. Okay, now what the source tape basically does is that it makes you or shows you the video from end to end. You can see this is the first video, and when we take it over to the next one, this is the next video. Then we have the next video, which is this one. And then by segment to segment, we have different videos, everything which is on your media pool or your project panel. So it just allows you to, sync them up step by step. Now, what you can do is either sync them up or use them the way you want to. Now what you can do is take certain part from it. I'm going to show you a couple of other steps. First thing you're going to do is going to be selecting certain part. Now to do that, press on I on your keyboard, which is in, and O, which is out on your keyboard. And then what you can do is just drag it into over here. What you can do is just drag it over here, and that only certain part will be played over here. You can see it over here on your timeline panel. Only that part will be selected over here. Okay, and that will be put on your timeline panel. Now what you can do is I'm going to do is just remove it. Now let me show you an interesting part. First thing is that I'm going to do is remove this timeline because I'm not going to be needing that. Delete. Now I'm going to do is just select all of them, and I'm going to sync all of them together. Now you can see that from the bin I have selected all together, and I'm going to do is just click on sync. Just wait for a bit, and you can see this is where it is. You can see this is where it all comes together. Then we have is this video. Okay, step by step. Now, if you have like, different type of audios or different type of, frames or different type of angle of the same video, then it will obviously sync it up. Now, I'm going to do is just click on save sync. Now, as it has been synced up, after it has been synced up, you will basically see this is how it will look. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is just take one of the video over here on my timeline. So as I have one of the video on my timeline, what I'm going to be doing is opening up source tape. Now, as I have source tape, what I'm going to do is going to be take a certain part of the video. I'm going to press on I, press on O, and then I'm going to do is just, I'm not going to do anything, but you have these options over here. What I'm going to do is just click on source override. Now, when I click on source override, you can basically see now this one is basically at the end, right? Or holding up at the top. Now, even if I'm taking the whole thing, or even if I have something, let's say, which matches it up, what will happen is that it will overwrite it in the part where it is supposed to be. So if I open up my bins, which I have synced up all together, you can go to that and see how it's sync bin. You can go to sync bin, and you can see if I play it up from here, this is basically how it looks like. Okay. So that is the part which is visible most of the time. So that is the reason why it is now at the top. So it has selected, or it has seen the part where it basically fits. So if I click on camera 2, or if I go off to, let's say, I'm going to go off the media span again, or source tape again, and from there I'm going to do is just select out the part which is the longest. So this part is the longest. I'm going to do is just take this over here, and I'm going to do is going to be putting this part up till this part to the highest. I'm going to do is click on source overrides, and now you can see that this one is still at the top. Why? Is now because it has found out the part where this is, overriding each and every one of them. How? If you want to see the proof, you can go off the sync bin, and you can see the one which is the most lengthy and the one which is being, visible most of the time is going to be overridden and at the top. You can see this one is still at the top, and this one is the longest. So now it has been put on my timeline at the top of each and every video. So it might be a bit confusing at first, but if you have different, videos of different frames at a certain, workspace, you'll be able to see the difference of how it basically works. So this is one of the most interesting part about, Davinci. So I'm going to do is just remove all of them because we are basically done. Now we can go off the media pool and show you about, other ways of trimming and cutting down videos. So what I'm going to do is going to be taking another part of this video over here. There we go. I'm going to put it over here. And now what I'm going to be doing is going to go off to edit. Now on the edit, we can see over here that I have the whole video, right? Now, how will I be able to cut it? Now there are a couple of these options which you will see. Now there is this trim edit mode, dynamic trim mode, and then we have is the razor, or let's say the blade.
Now I'm going to do is going to be taking another video over here, and I'm going to cut them and show you step by step. Now first, and the most easiest one is the blade, or the most used one is the blade. Now when you click on that or press on B, you'll be able to cut out any part. You can see it has been cut. I can go off over here. There we go, cut. And I can also do the same thing on this track. Cut. Cut. Okay. Now, if I click on the select button and then press on delete, you can see now it has been directly, linked up together. So that is why, or it's because its link section has been selected or link section has been turned on. Now what you can do is, just deselect it, press on Control Z. If I delete it now, and what I can do is just make sure to turn off snapping, or if I press on Shift and Delete on your keyboard, you'll basically see that it will still, it will just fix itself up with the track. So what you can do is either you can drag it back on that part. What you can do is turn off snapping and turn off these marks. Okay, turn it off and you'll be able to see that it will not be linked up anymore. You can see this is how it works. I'm going to do is press on Control Z again. And now I'm going to do is going to be removing that. Press on Shift and Delete. You can see this is basically how it works. Okay, so you can try it on, and you can also do the same thing with other ones. Let's delete this. There we go. Adjust it. You can also turn off the auto track selector, delete them, and now you can see if I use Shift Delete, it will be on wherever it has been removed from. Okay, and you can also see that there are a couple of these other options over here, trim edit mode and dynamic trim mode. I'm also going to be showing it to you step by step. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it. There we go. This is how it looks like. Now what I'm going to be doing is going to be showing it to you step by step. Now if I click on this one, let's try out our dynamic trim. Now what you can do is remove from this part. You can see that a certain part of this has been removed. Now it has been removed in such a way so it just gives off that, that fade in effect on this dynamic trim mode. You can also do that over here. You can remove it from which part you don't want it to be. You can also remove it from your track. You can also do the same thing on this cut page. Remove it from the track. What it basically helps, or the difference or the advantage of having two of these pages, is that you can manage up your track on this cut page and then edit all of it on the edit page. Okay, the last one which we see over here is called the trim edit mode. Now what you can do is you can use this trim edit mode and customize it the way you want to. You can increase the time, you can decrease the time, customize it the way you want to. And you can see that I have now increased the time, which I have removed from that part. You can see up till this part, it is being removed. Why? It is because it has been dynamically removed after this part. So what I can do is just increase out this part, and after that, now it will start playing, or it will not start playing because it is up till this part. So what I'm going to do is going to be removing that. I'm going to be selecting this, press on that, and now you can see that it is being played. Why? It's because I dynamically removed a certain part of the video from this section. So the part which I select from here to here or here to here is only going to be playing. But if I do not remove it, if I want the whole thing, I have to turn it off. And then if I play it, it will work. But if I do not, you can see I have removed it up till this part. You can see this is how it will go. See, only up till that part. It recognizes the part where I have removed it up, and then it will only keep it up till that. So even though if it is visible, it will not be played, or the whole thing will not be played. Okay? And you can also zoom in and out just by using these options. You can see the whole thing. You can see these options over here. So basically, this is how you'll be able to cut, edit, and trim in Davinci Resolve. And sometimes you might think that all of these are kind of really complex. But what you can do is going to be make sure not to skip any part of the video.
Make sure to see all of these and try it out on your own, obviously. And you can see that there are a couple of shortcuts for different, parts too. You can do that, or you can try using that. You can also cut out certain parts. There we go. You can click on that, cut, and it has been cut. Okay. So there are a couple of different methods of how you'll be able to cut out certain parts. There we go. And you can also remove them whenever you want to delete. Okay. So hope you understood about everything in this lesson. And still, if you have any confusion, any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I will always be there to help you out and guide you through the whole process. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to show you everything you need to know about the timeline panel, step by step, and also each and every tool. So make sure make sure you are connected to the internet. Make sure you have the resources you need to use. You can download them. I have attached in a resource file with this whole course. You can try using them. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on our device. Now, as I have my workspace opened up, I'm going to be opening myself a new project. I'm going to do is name it timeline. Okay. Hit on create. And I'm going to do is wait until it opens up. So after it has opened up, now we are obviously going to work on this edit platform most of the time. Even though we have the timeline on the cut or even on the fusion, we have all of the timelines over here except for the media and the deliver. Yet, so I'm going to show you everything on the edit timeline or the edit page. So make sure to keep that in mind. First off, we have to go off the media, or we can also upload our media over from here. So what I have to basically do is go off the file, click on import media or import project, click on that media. And then I'm going to go off the desktop, click on Davinci Resolve, resources, and I'm going to do is just open up all of them together. Don't change. So here we go. We have all of the videos which we need. If you have any audio downloaded, you can also do that. Let's go off the file, import, media, downloads. And from here, I'm going to be using this one. So there we go. We have an audio over here too. So which I'm going to be using, and I'm going to be showing you how you are going to work with it. So as we have our master panel over here and our edit panel over here, what we're going to do is show it to you step by step, one by one. Now, first thing is that take one of the video which you have as your resource into your timeline panel. Now, as you drag one of your video into your timeline panel, you can see that one or another file named timeline1 has been created on your master media pool. Now, how will you be able to rename it? Let's say I'm going to do is double click on it, and then you can see that it has started blinking, or the cursor has started blinking. Now, what you can do is going to be changing it. Let's say I'm going to do is just type in timeline project or timeline proj, press on OK, and you can see over here that the name has been changed. Now, you can also move on to different ones, and I'm going to show it to you step by step on how you'll be able to use the timeline. Okay. So as we have changed our timeline, you can also see this icon over here. Well, this icon means that this is basically kind of like a composition, which I'm using on my timeline. Now, there are 3 of these buttons, which you'll be able to use to, get yourself a better view. Now, this is basically the view, which is there most of the time. And then we have is detailed view. And then we have is the extended view, so that it gives you a view of the whole composition or the whole thing altogether. Okay, so you can try it out. And when you hover through each and every one of them, you can basically see the name. Just like I said, detailed zoom, custom zoom, and full extend zoom at the same time. Okay, now there are a couple of things we have to learn. Now there's this button over here which we can use to zoom in and out on our composition or on our videos or even audios at the same time. So try using that. Okay. So over here, we also have this option of this sound bar from which you'll be able to, minimize or, increase your sound or your dB. And there we also have this dim option, which you'll be able to use to dim out your sounds the way you want to. And I can see over here that I have this video and audio at the same time. Now you can see that if you want to rename your video and your audio on your timeline, what you can do is do the same thing, double click on it. What I'm going to do is going to be typing on starting 1. I can do the same thing on audio, starting AUD. So there we go. It has been renamed. Now, if I want to minimize or maximize the viewpoint, what I can do is increase or decrease the size. Now, if I drag on this one over here, I'll be able to see the name and I will be able to see how many clips are being used over here. I can do the same thing with my video too. I can increase the size to see the whole lot of it. I can also apply in more videos over here to see if there are more videos. You can see if I keep it over here, and I can see that there are two clips over here as video and 2 audios at the same time. But what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on delete. There we go. Press on Control Z. Delete. Delete. I'll press on that one. I'm also going to do is just select both of them at the same time and press on delete. And it has been deleted. Now, there are a couple of ways of how you'll be able to cut. Now, what I'm going to be doing is going to be applying one of the audio over here and show you how you'll be able to cut it. Now, if I paste one of the audio over here as my third track, I'm going to do is just reduce the size over here. There we go. I don't need to see how many clips are being used. There we go. What I'm going to do is going to be taking this at the beginning. Now, if I cut this part out, let's say I'm going to do is just trim. And sometimes what happens if I have all of them selected, something like, let's say I'm going to select all of these. And if I press on Control and B, you can basically see all of them will be cut off, even though if I have not cut out or selected all of them over here. Now, how will you be able to get preventive measures on that? So you can see if I delete that, the other parts will also be deleted, but I don't want it. So what you have to basically do is that you have this option over here, Auto Track Selector. Now, if you delete out that part, Control B, you'll basically see that the audio or the music which you're using will not be cut out. Pressing Control B. Now you can delete out that part so that you don't delete out the music or remove the music. Okay? So that is how simple it is. You can try out that option. And after you're done with it, you can obviously turn on Auto Track Selector again, and it will be selected back on again. Okay? So try out these options. These are quite interesting to use. And obviously, then we have the viewing options. Now, there's this timeline view option. From here, you will be able to see that there are a couple of viewing options. First off, we have stacked. So from here, you'll be able to use different timelines at the same time. You can see if I can also turn it off. I can also add more timelines. Well, I'm going to show it to you step by step on how these actually work. Then we have is the main one, subtitle track, which is available most of the time. And then the last one, which is timeline view. And then over here, the video options. This is the viewing option, which I try most of the time. And this is one view on the end and the beginning. And then we have is no view of the preview or no view of the frames. Then the audio view is waves over here. You can try out the one which you need to use. I can also increase the video height and also the audio height according to you. Okay. So that is also quite simple. You can try that out. So then what I'm going to be doing is going to be showing you these tools over here. There are a couple of these tools over here. So on the tool, what I'm going to first do is going to be changing it the way it looks like. Over here, I'm going to do is just change it to wave so that I can see how it basically works. So there are a couple of these tools over here, which I'm going to be showing it to you. Now, first off, we have lock track. If you want to lock up your track,
Now, even if you have it locked, you will not be able to edit it. You will not be able to cut it. You will not be able to move it whenever you want. But one thing is that it will still be visible. Okay, so you can try that out. You can also do the same thing with the audio so that you cannot customize it. And after you're done, just unlock it, press on that button again, and it will be unlocked. Okay, so try them out the way you want to. Then we have is this auto track selector, just like I've shown you. If you want it to be deselected or not selected from any specific command, just make sure to turn on or turn off auto track selector and then cut it out. Then the next one we have is disable video track. Well, this only works on video. If you want to disable any video which you have on your track, you can do that. Click on that and that video will be disabled. You can try out new videos at that time. So I'm going to do is just apply it over here. There we go. So we have that over here. What I'm going to do is just turn it on. And I'm going to do is just delete that part out too. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to use that. Okay. So let's go off to the audio. Now on the audio, we have two different tools. One is solo, one is mute. Now on the solo, what happens is that if you want solo, let's say I'm going to do is just remove this whole video. Now I'm going to do is just apply something which has a bit of sound on it. Let's try this out. Now what you can do is basically you have these options over here. If you want to hear only one part or solo, only you want maybe a voice of the video or maybe even your own voice, you can turn it on and only that will be heard. Okay? Only that will be heard, not the music. But if you want to hear only the music, you can also turn it on. So that is how it works. Now, even if you want to mute it up, you can also do that. This is basically how it works. Okay? You can also mute up certain audios and, turn it on the way you want to. Now, you can see over here that we have two video tracks, but I don't need this video track because this is empty. Now, how will you be able to manage that? Right click on that and click on delete track. You can also delete the track which even has media on it. I'm going to do is keep it on detail track. Now, let me show you about more tracks or adding more tracks. If you want to add more tracks, right click on this open area on your timeline panel and we have add track or add tracks. Now, depending on the place, if I want video track, if I click on add track, video track will be added. If I want audio track, I can also add track and only audio will be over here. If I want 7.1, we have 5.1, stereo, mono, and adaptive, whichever one I want, only audio will be applied. So two sections just for two different tracks. Okay. And there's also subtitle track, which is a whole different thing. You can also apply that. Well, I'm going to show it to you step by step. Let's say I'm going to do is just delete the track again. Now, if I want to add different, more tracks at the same time, click on add tracks. If I say I want video tracks, I want the number of tracks to be somewhere around 5. And inserting position is going to be below first track or even above first track, depending up to you. Now, the number of audio track which I'm going to need is going to be 8 and below 2. And audio track is going to be depending on what I want. Let's say I want 7.1. After I'm done, press on add tracks and all of them will be created. Okay, you can see it over here. There we go. Now, you might see that, oh, okay, there's a lot of tracks, but I don't want any of them, or I want the empty tracks to be removed. Now, what are you going to do? Now you don't even have an open space. Just click on any one of them, click on delete empty tracks, and all of the empty tracks which do not have any media in it will be removed all at the same time. See how simple it is. You can right click on it and you can also add in subtitle track. There is a whole different track from where you'll be able to use the same options, but here you'll be able to disable the subtitle. So there are different type of tracks which you can use on your timeline. Okay, none of them is going to overlay or overlap any one of them. It's because that there are different type of tracks which you're going to need. Now, let's say I'm going to do is going to be applying. Let's say I'm going to do is make a timeline. I'm going to choose get the whole view. So there we go. We have, let's say I have my timeline over here. I'm going to do is just not going to mute it. There we go. Minus 19. Now, I want it to be duplicated. Now, how will I duplicate it? You can see all of the videos is now saved up as my timeline project. Now, if I want to duplicate it, what I can do is right click on this timeline, and then you have this option called duplicate timeline. So it has been saved. Now what I can do is double click on it, and the duplicate timeline will be opened up as a new tab on this new timeline project copy. Now what I can do is move on with different things. If I delete it over here, delete it, even if I go up the timeline, I will have the same thing. Okay? So you can try it out, check out how it works. So now you know a bit about the timeline project. And if you want to cut it off, it's also doable. You can obviously keep it on this, click on that, and the tab option will be turned off. So just fiddle through these options, fiddle through these tools. There are a couple of other tools too, which I haven't showed. So I'm going to show it to you step by step. And if you click on any one of these, videos, you can go off the edits or select on that. You can go off the mixer. You can also mix them up. You can customize it the way you want to. We also have master edit tools, which you'll be able to use. So hope you understood about everything in this lesson. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out and guide you through the whole process. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to show you everything about the color tools. So make sure not to skip any part. Try following everything I do. But if you have new ideas, do not hesitate to, imply it on your workspace. So without any further ado, on to our lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on our device. As I've opened up Davinci Resolve, I'm going to make myself a new project where I'm going to be showing you everything you need to know about the color tools. Okay. So I'm going to do is just type in color and then we are good to go. Now, just like you've seen that we have done our edits, our cut, our media, but now we have to go off to the color page. Now you might think that this is kind of really complex, but I'm going to show it to you, all of them step by step. Now we might not be able to end this on one video, so I have separate parts of this whole lesson so you don't have to worry about it. Now I'm going to show you everything you need to know about the color tools, but I'm not going to be showing you anything about color grading. I'm not going to be showing you anything about color correction. Now, first thing, when you are, learning about the color tools, what comes into your mind? Obviously, color grading, color correction. Now, when do you do color grading and when do you do color correction? Now, you've seen in some cases, such as, your photos or your videos. Let's talk in case of videos. Now, there are sometimes you can see that sometimes it's like MP4, JPG, all of those, right? But there is this other file called RAW, R-A-W. Now, what is RAW and what is JPG? What are the differences? Now, when you use RAW or when you use JPG or even sometimes AI, when you use AI or sometimes you can see sometimes when cameras take up certain photos, but it looks really different from the real one. Or sometimes it looks like it has been colored a bit too much, or sometimes it looks like it has been desaturated a bit. Now, when you are using RAW, it will take up the original way it is taking up on its lens. So that means it's going to be totally original. It doesn't it is not going to add any color to it. It is not gonna desaturate it either. Just the original intake, how it takes up to its lenses. So that is called the RAW. And the one which comes out processed, Those are JPG or AI photos. So you can try those out. Now, as we know about that, we are going to show you all about the tools over here. Now, there are three different type of, these wheels are the color wheels over here. We have this one, color wheels, log wheels, and then we also have the color bars. So we have three of these bars over here. There are a couple of different things. I'm going to give you a small idea about each and every one of them. But first off, when you are on your color page, the first thing you're going to do is going to be importing your video. First thing you're going to do is go off the file, click on import, media, and then go off to your desktop or wherever you have your Davinci Resolve resources. I'm going to open all of them up. Open, don't change, and there we go. It has been opened up. Now I'm going to do is going to be going off the file again, import, media, downloads. I'm going to open all of them up. There we go. So as I have all of them at my workspace, now you can see that we have it on my media pool, but not on my timeline. So if I want it on my timeline, what I'm going to do is going to be applying certain videos over there. So I'm going to do is just, let's say I'm going to do is take one of these videos over here. So we have my video and also my audio over here. Now what I'm going to do is go off the color. Now you can see over here, I have one of the videos, which I have, and I can play it up too. Right? So as I can play it up, you can see on the curves or the colors, there are a couple of these options over here. I also have a histogram over here, which I can use. So try using them, whichever one you prefer. There are a couple of these options over here, which you can go through step by step. And I can see that this is basically the main custom or the main color over here. You can see how it basically works. Okay, you can also increase the size. It's basically up to you. You can try them out. But if you don't want them, you can just right click histogram off. Click on that and it will be over here again. So there we go. We have this workspace and we have a couple of other options too. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this one. And there we go. Now, when I take any one of these, videos over here, and then I click on the ones which I basically need, you'll basically see different type of waves. You can select on this one, and there we go. There is the wave over here. So I'm going to do is just increase the size of this one just a bit so that we can see how it basically works. Okay, so here are the waves. Now you can see when I go from here to here, you can see that the waves are changing. So let me give you an example because sometimes you might feel, confused about what this basically is. So this is the histogram of your RGB. So the RGB is basically the primary colors of everything that constitutes the color of any video or any photo. Okay. So what you can do is that you can see that we have red, green, and blue. And the three of them are on a different height, right? So you can see at the bottom we have 0 and at the top we have 1023. So term it from 0 to 256 is going to be the base or the darkest color. Okay? Which is totally black. And then from 256 to 640, that is called the mid-range. And then above that is the higher values or the higher wavelength. So if the values over here increases up, it will get brighter. If the midtones get higher, you'll basically see the midtones of the video will get higher. But if the bottom ones get higher, you'll basically see the darks, or let's say the dark part of the black parts will be reduced and those will turn white. Well, you might not get it right now, but let me just show it to you step by step. So as we are going to learn all about tools, we're not going to learn anything about nodes or effects or anything. We have a couple of different things over here. We have the timeline. We can turn it on and off. Now you can also, just ignore this at this time. So we have timeline, we have nodes, we have effects, and we also have the light box. We're not going to be needing any of those. And there are a couple of these options which you can toggle through, which I will be showing it to you step by step in this course in each lesson. Over here, we have the first one, which is camera raw. This section helps you to customize the raw input, the raw media on your workspace. Okay, you can decode it, you can lift it up using the gains, the contrast, exposure, and any basic customizations which you have. Okay, then the next one we have is color match. It helps you to match up to any colors so that you can apply a bit of tint as a source gamma. Now, what is it? It's if I apply this or select on this, and then if I click on any one of these, and the target gamma I'm going to do is just design film, color temperature, if I increase it, click on match, and then you can see that these are the matches that match up to these videos. How many percentage is there? You can see this is 53%. You can see over here, you'll be able to see, get a preview. 24% of this color, 26% of this color, and 56% of this color. You can press on Ctrl Z, and if you don't want it, you can just press on Ctrl Z and undo the whole thing back again. And then we also have the eyedropper tool, which you'll be able to pick out certain parts and customize that certain area. You can see when I customize it, you can see now the waves are changing. But I'm not going to do anything right now because I'm just going to show you about the tools. Then we have is the temperature, tint, contrast, pivot, and the midtones or details. Now the lifted ones are the lifting ones, which you can see over here, which is most of the time the red part. Why? Because it is now higher on the temperature over here, which is red. Now if I want white, I can also increase the white parts. You can see now the bottom ones are increasing. Now as the bottom ones are increasing, you can see the dark parts is now decreasing. So if I want the red parts, I can also increase that. And now you can see the red one from the bottom is increasing. That is the reason why I can see that the parts were becoming red and the blacks were reducing at that time. If I want more greener on the lift, I can lift up the green part and increase it up from the bottom so that less black and higher green. Even the parts which are black will be turned into green. The same thing on the lift is the blue one. If I increase the blue one, decrease the green one, there we go. You can see the blue part is increasing. That means the bottom blue or the darkest blue or the darkest part of the videos is now turning blue. Okay? You can lift it up. You can press on Ctrl Z and keep it on default, which is 0 most of the time. But you can use this, tool to increase up the parts on which part you want to increase. Now you can see the pink. I want pink. So red and blue composes the pink or color pink, or it is in between the red and blue. That is why the green is still stable, but the red and blue is increasing. You can see this is how it works. If I want green, green will increase. If I want blue, blue, or let's say the cyan, you will see that green and blue will increase. Okay, so you can try out the one which you want to use. On the gamma, we can try the same thing, but the gamma is a bit different. You can also try that out. You can basically see when I increase the white part, all of them will increase. But now the midtones are now increasing most of the time. Even though it is being lifted up, but the midtones are increasing most of the time. You can also do is use these wheels. You can increase it and decrease it at the same time. If you want it totally white, you can increase it and you can also decrease it the way you want to. So I'm going to do is just keep it on default. You can see 0. That is how it should look like. You can also press on Ctrl Z so that I don't have any effect applied to it. Okay. We can also do the same thing on gamma. Increase it step by step. You can increase it. Also increase the red part, the green part, and also increase the blue part. Okay. Do the same thing on the gain. You can also increase the gains. Then also on the red part, you can see now the base is still on the same part, but the mid-range or the mid-tones are now increasing. So that we have over on the gains, red is increased, green is increased, and also blue is increased. So try to figure it out which one you want. And the last one, offset, is the mid and details. You can also do that, customize it. You can also increase that, increase the green, increase the blue, and you will get your exact result. On the high parts will now increase. You can see it over here. and you can obviously customize it the way you want to on specific colors. I can obviously use midtones, the pivots, the contrasts, you can see the way you want to, and also a bit of tint if you want to apply. And there are also different type of these options over here which you'll be able to use, but the same, all of them are quite the same, but only, different type of, sliders. And obviously if you want to use shadows, you can also do that. You can fix up your midtones, highlights, and offset at the same time. So offset is basically, the universal, let's say the universal wheel, which will manage basically everything. So you can customize it the way you want to. So try it out. So if you can see these are all individual, right? Shadow, if I customize it, shadow will increase. If I fix the midtone will increase. I can also increase the high tones. But if I want all of them to be customized at the same time, try out offsets. All of them will be customized at the same time. Okay? So try it out however you want to. We can also see these options over here, which you'll be able to customize. And then we have the other ones. You can see the spectrum, the warps, the Saturn, and the luminance. And then we have is the HSL, which you're going to do is just fiddle through these options, applying pre-filters. Then we have is the linear effects, linear circle polygon in a certain masking area, how you want to customize. Then we have is the tracker. And then we have is the magic mask objects. Then let's say the blur. You can also apply it on specific color. And then we have is the key, then the sizing, and also you can apply 3D. Okay? Fiddle through these options. Then the next one which you have is called the HDR. Now, if you are done applying colors, applying shadow, luminance, highlights, offset, everything, now you want to fix out the HDR luminance, HDR wheels. Go through these options. There are more of these options. You can customize it the way you want to. You can fix out the color tint. You can fix out you can also fix out the strength of that. Also luminance and also the Saturns. Okay. You can try out with shadows, the lights, and also all of them at the same time. And you also have these tools to apply the tints on each and every one. And when you see that you are on different part of the video, you can try it out. If I play it, you can play it out. You can see certain parts of the video, how it will basically work. You can see it is now being applied. So customization takes place on each and every part. It will take a bit of time to load up. Now this is how it looks like. You can see, but you can obviously customize it the way you need it to be. This is how it will look like. You can obviously apply a bit less of those. You can see there are certain parts which are showing it to me like that. You can also fix that up. Now, as we are done with it, we can go off the next tool, the eye pickers and all of those. We are basically done with this. And the next one we have over here is the RGB mixer, which will be able to fix out our red, green, and blue color step by step and one by one. Now, what is the strength you want on the red? Now, on any red part of the video, how much color do you want? How much red do you want? You can fix that out. You can also fix out the green output. You can fix out the blue output. It's basically up to you. And the last one is the motion effect. You can also customize it the way you want to. You can fix it out with frames, spatial, NR, and also motion blur at the same time. So customize it the way you need it to be and check out the whole video after it has been applied or after all of those effects took place. You can play it out and see that is how it will look like. So hope you understood everything about this lesson and hope you understood where you can find out these tools. And these are like very simple, but if you want to go through each and every one of them, it will be a bit complex. So make sure not to skip any parts, because if you do, you might face a bit of hassle later on. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything, or hope you understood about where you can find these tools. And in our next lesson, I'm going to show you a bit about the basic color grading, which you can do in DaVinci Resolve. And then I'm also going to be showing you how you are going to learn about color correction. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of DaVinci Resolve, where I'm going to be showing you about the basics of color grading. Welcome to our new lesson of DaVinci Resolve. In our last lesson, we've learned about the basic color tools and also about the basic color panel, or let's say the page. So if you have those ideas, or if you already seen that, then you are ready to start basic color grading. In this lesson, I'm going to show you all of the basic steps of how you'll be able to use nodes, how you'll be able to compose, and also use conversion so that you can apply your own color grading on your videos and compose yourself your own video. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up DaVinci Resolve on our device, and make sure that you are connected to the internet, because at first we are going to get ourselves a resource and then get on DaVinci. So let's open up DaVinci first. As you can see on my screen that I already have opened up DaVinci. Now, just like I said, I'm going to be getting myself a resource. Now, I have attached in a resource folder with this whole course from where you will be able to get, those helpful resources which you want to work on. But if you don't know where to get your resources from, you can follow my steps. Now, one could either be directly from your device or the capture device, your camera. You can do that. You can also get yourself or import your own videos. And another thing, if you want to use online videos, I'm going to be showing you. And if you've seen my previous lessons, you already know where to get those from. Open up any browser you have on your device and search for pixels.com. Hit on enter and then go off the video section. You can also download photos from this site, and all of them are royalty free. So what I'm going to be doing is going to be downloading this video, and I'm going to apply color grading or show you basic color grading on this video. So there are also a couple of other videos which you can see, but I'm going to be using that specific one. So I'm going to wait until it has been downloaded, and as it will be downloaded, what I'm going to do is going to be importing it directly on my media pool in DaVinci Resolve. So first off, you're going to do is open yourself up a new project. So I'm going to click on new project, and then I'm going to type in or name it basic color grading. Okay, hit on enter, and it will open yourself, or you will open a new workspace for you where you are going to make yourself the new project. Now, make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you will not be able to do it, or you will not be able to start color grading. First off is go off to the file and import your media. Click on media, and then I have it on my download. And then I'm going to do is going to be wait until it has been downloaded. Check your browser. You can see that it has been downloaded over here. Pause it. Now I'm going to go to files, open myself or import my media, open. And you can change it if you want to. So let's say I'm going to do is change it. And then I'm going to drag it into my timeline panel. So as we have it on my timeline panel, then you can go off the colors and you can see that video is over here. But if you do not have it on your timeline panel, you will not be able to use it. Let's say I'm going to press on delete. Delete. You can see this has been removed. If you go to colors, you will not be able to see it. So make sure to keep it on your timeline panel so that you can work on that specific video. You can see it over here. I have now used it over here. There we go. So I'm going to go off to my color page in DaVinci Resolve, because this is where you will have all of the things which you need to use for basic color grading. Now you can see that I already have nodes and effects on. Well, if you have opened up DaVinci and the color platform for the first time, it will not be like this. It might be something like this. It might be something like this. Okay. So if you have to turn on more of those settings and more of those workspaces and platforms, you have to follow my steps. Now, first thing which will be over here is something like this. Okay. Then you're going to do is go off the nodes first, because this is kind of like layers. Okay. So these are the layers where you are going to apply yourself new nodes. Okay. So how would you do that? You can see this line is conjoined to this one, and this one is directly conjoined to this one. So this is the beginning, or this is the default, and this is the outcome. Now, how many nodes or how many layers you apply in that specific, this line is going to be the process in between. Now, it might be a bit confusing sometimes or for the first timer, but you will get what I mean. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is add myself layers. You can adjust it the way you want to. So here, what I'm going to do is you have this open space, right? Right click on your mouse and you will have this option of add node. You have this corrector over here. You can apply that. You also have different ones. So what I'm going to do is going to be add myself a corrector. So you can see this is where it should be. What I'm going to do is going to be select from this. And then I'm going to do is going to be change this. First off, delete this line. And there we go. I'm going to apply more nodes over here. If I want layer, we can also apply in layers, but I'm going to be using exact correctors. Okay, I'm going to do is apply more. You can apply more beginners if you want to. You can also delete them. You can just click on remove source, and there we go. So I'm going to do is going to be add myself more nodes over here. Corrector, there we go. So we're going to start off with 4. Okay, I'm going to do is keep it over here. This is going to be 3. Conjoin this from this and this to this, and then we get our output. Okay, this is kind of very simple, which you can do. So as we have 4 of these layers or correctors or nodes, here is where we are going to put myself the edits or the basic color grading. Now, when you apply this color, you can see this is basically how it looks like, right? So to see the other colors which are actually being used or the wavelength of light, you have to shift or press on the scopes. Now you can see on this specific part of the video, this much light of red is being used, this much light of green is being used, and this much light of blue is being used. Okay, so you can try that out if you want to. Now what I'm going to be doing is going to be showing you everything step by step, so make sure to do this first. Now I'm going to do is going to be renaming it. Right click on any one of those, and then you're going to do is going to be rename it. Okay, now how would you do that? What you can do is double click on it, and you can also change the node color. You can apply your node color, and also you can add more node. And you can also save it, delete it, and also other customizations. Now press on F2. You can see that you will be able to rename it. To do that, right click on any of the nodes you want to use. Click on that. Make sure you see this outline, and click on save as shared node. You're going to click on that. And then let's type in, this is going to be my correction. This one, I'm going to save it to save as shared notes. I'm going to say that this is going to be, let's say, the adjustment. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to do save as shared notes. Double click on that. And this is going to be my conversion. And the last one is going to be my LUT. So what I'm going to do is also save it, LUT. You can also rename it if you want to, but this is how I feel more comfortable making them. Okay, you can also zoom in and out. You can see this is where all of those edits are going to be. You can also use this hand tool to fiddle through each and every one. You can see this one is connected to this one, so I'm going to do is just delete that. There we go, delete it. I'm also going to delete that, delete. I'm going to do is just keep all of them on over here. And then I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this one to this one. Okay. So I'm going to do is just zoom out for a bit and see this is how it is connected. So now perfect. Now what I'm going to start off with is going to be applying my conversion. Now I'm not going to be showing you correction because I already have a specific lesson for that, which is going to be our next lesson. You can try that out and you can see that whole lesson, and I would suggest you to see that whole lesson without skipping any part, because that part is also very important. But if you want to do basic color grading, just keep on conversion or stay on conversion. First off, click on this conversion layer or node which you have made on this workspace. Click on effects. Now you can see that there are different types of effects. From here, I'm going to search for color space transform. Select on that color space transform and drag it on this conversion panel or this node. You can see now when I click on this effect, you will have this effects option. You're gonna see this is how it will work. Apply it, and there you go. You can see the settings of this. Okay, you'll be able to see the settings of that. I'm gonna do is just zoom out a bit more. I'm gonna do is use this hand over here. I'm gonna do is going to be removing the part which I do not need. Delete. I'm going to delete this. Select on this wire. There we go. Perfect. Drag it on the one which you actually need. You can see this has been applied. You can see this is the color space which you want to use. You can also delete that one, and you can drag it over here and apply that. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is going to go off to my settings. So as this is the settings, what I'm going to do is going to be using a couple of specific input. First off, what you're going to do is going to be searching for Sony as Gamut. So you're gonna do is just go down, Sony as Gamut, Cine. Okay, click on that. There we go. You can see the changes, and then we have the input gamma. You're gonna do is just gonna search for Sony as log 3. Go down. You can see over here, this is the end, Sony as log 3. And then the next one, we have output color space. On the output color space, we're going to type in or search for record 709. Go down, and you can see record 709. And the last one, which we are going to use, which is output gamma, is going to be gamma 2.4. Okay, so go down. There we go, gamma 2.4. And all of our color space has been added. Can try it out. You can also apply it over here, apply it like this, and you can try them out on the settings. You can apply more, adjustments over here too. So if you still have any confusion of how you'll be able to do it, let me just show it to you again. Delete all of those. Everything over here. You're going to do is going to be seeing the whole thing. You're going to apply nodes over here. Now, how would you apply nodes? Click on this button over here, right click, and add yourself a new node. What you're going to do is going to be click on corrector. There we go. We have our first one. Just apply it over here and then apply those settings. Make sure you connect it. There we go. As it is connected, you're going to apply more nodes at the same time. Click on that. You can add source. You can apply sources. So sources are basically kind of, the beginning or the source of everything or even the whole video. But we don't want the whole source 2 times. Just apply one. You can reset all grades and everything. You can see this is the first one. You can apply it on that one too. And then you can apply the same settings and try that on. Well, I'm going to show it to you again. Sony as Gamut. Just go down. Gamut 3 Cine. And then on input gamma, you're going to use Sony as log 3. You're going to find it over here. And then you can see now the colors are changing because we are now using the basic or the default layer. As we do not have extra layers, it is not going to be that effective. We just have to remove it if we do any mistakes. So on the next one, on the output color source, we're going to use record 709. You can see over here. And the last one, we're going to use gamma 2.4. There you can see now the color is really different. If you want to see the default, you can click on that option and you can see this is the default. But when I apply it, this is how the color will look like. Okay, this is 2.4, but what you're going to start or try off with is going to be Cineon Film Log. So you can see Cineon Film Log, you can apply that, and it will give you a softer finish on each and every video. So you can try that. So after we are basically done with it, what you're going to do is going to be applying more nodes to it. You have this parallel mixer and all of those. What I'm going to be doing is going to be applying myself parallel mixer. So we have this parallel mixer over here, and you can apply more nodes if you want to. So it's basically up to you how many nodes you want to use. Now, depending on that, it's going to be based on which node you are using. You can delete them if you want to. You can apply or, check on if node cache is on or off. I would suggest you that keep your node cache turned on when you are applying any color grading on any video, because it saves up caches, and you might think like it might, cut up a lot of space on your PC, but no, it will save up the data and you'll be able to use it, and it will make your workflow to be a lot more smoother. So you can apply more, click on, you can apply in more source if you need it. You can also apply an original size, and then you can go off the add node and apply the ones which you need to use. You also have splitters. You can also apply in more nodes. Let's say you can go off the library, and then you can apply more nodes over here. Let's say we have 2, and then we can apply, go off the nodes again, and then go off the library, apply more. And if you want, maybe let's say you want layers or you want fixes. So you also have filters which you can use, and you can also use color stabilizer. Now, color stabilizer is one of the things which you have to use, or I would suggest you using when you're color grading. So having that idea will just help you out a lot. Okay. So what I'm going to do is delete that. I'm going to apply this directly over here, and you can see that it is, connected, and it looks a lot more better. If it deletes the bondage, or if it deletes, this line over here, it will not apply because it is not still connected with our, output. Okay. So you can do is just connect it, or you can connect it with other layers which you have. Now we're going to go up the settings, and then I'm going to do is use entire frame, and then you can stabilize it the way you want to. First off, go off to global blends, and you can blend it up the way you need to use. Now you can also customize it, or you can also apply live region analysis and can customize it. Let's say we have low level, we can customize it. What I'm going to do is going to be reducing it just a bit, and the high level I'm going to do is just keep it a bit more high. And on the blend, I'm going to do is just apply it the way I need to use, and it can normalize the color balance of which color. Okay, so click on this, and I want to balance the green over here, and it can customize it the way you need to on any of that specific color. Make sure not to skip any part, and whenever you change those effects, you can basically see that the wavelength or the scales are now changing, or the scopes are now changing. You will be able to see. Now, after you are basically done with this effects over here, we are basically almost done with color grading, or to know about basic color grading. Now, the main thing which we have to do are over here. These are the tools. Now, click on this eye picker tool and select on the part which you don't need to use. So let's say I'm going to do is just select this part because I want this part to be selected, and I want the other parts to be blurred. Click on that. You can see now when you customize it the way you need to, you'll be able to see the parts which we basically need to use. So you'll be able to customize it the way you want to. I can also see it over here. Zoom in a bit more, and you'll be able to customize it. I can see this is where it should be connected. You can see it over here. Drag it on the part which you do not need. And then you have the blur radius. You can see the blur radius, how sharpened it is getting. Then you can apply in pre-filter, clean black, and then you can apply in clean white, the back clip. Then we have the white clip of the part of the video. You can see the blur radius. You can customize it the way you want to, and in and out ratio. You can also fix the saturation. Make sure to fix in the saturation, and you can fix in the center and also the width. This is the color which I need to use, and this is the sim. Okay, and you can also apply more finesse. Let's say I want morph radius. I want a bit of denoise. All the grains will be removed. I need the midtones to be a bit lower, the highlights to be a bit higher, and then from here I'm going to customize it, and I'll show it to you. Then on the luminance, fix it out. Fix in the luminance. You can also customize it over here. Apply or select the color, and you'll be able to customize it. Fix in the saturation. Fix in the color. There we go. You can see this is how it will look like. So now you can see this looks a lot more natural, but there are a couple of parts which do not look that good because we need to customize it over here too. You can go off over here and customize the part where you want it to be brighter. So as we already have selected the green part, so the green part is now being customized. You can see over here on the saturation, I'm increasing it. Now I want a bit of hue to be customized. So I'm going to click on this one. You can see the hue is changing. drag it onto this part, and also on this one, I'm going to customize it just a bit on the Luma, and also the saturation and hue at the same time. You can customize it the way you need it to be. And after you're done customizing, you're going to go after the other tools on the scopes. So how will you be able to customize scopes? First off, open up the wheels, which you basically use, or the color wheels, which is over here. Now customize it, starting off with the lift. Apply the lift. You can see when I dragged it over here, this is how it looks like. Now you're going to just customize the gamma, which you can see right beside it. You can see it over here. You can also customize it just by using these. And you can also apply in gains over here. Okay, so just stay patient and apply those effects. You can see you can apply more customization by using the offset, which is one of the main part. There we go. You can see now the color is increasing, but this is still on the natural side. You can see I'm now moving it to the top right corner, and this is basically how it will look like. Now the last thing which we're going to do is going to be customizing the scope. Now how do I do that? First off, go over here and then select the color. Let's say you have this color over here. Select the parts and then increase it. See which sides or which part you want to customize. Let's say I'm going to click on green. Go over here and customize it the way you want to. If you see that there is like a lot of change, then just ignore that and also press on Ctrl-Z to undo the process, and you'll be able to see which part you are customizing. You can see there are a couple of parts which are now pink. Now to fix that, just select on this and then remove out the part. There we go. I can see that all of them has been removed, but we can see a bit of grain. So customize the grains however you need, fix in the gains, the gamma, and the offset, and you'll basically see that it has been fixed. Now you can fix out the green parts. You can fix out the red part of the greens. You can fix out the blue output. You can fix out the red output. Well, I've already shown you in my previous lesson. Now, one thing is that you have to keep in mind is make sure to apply the effects and also apply new nodes and connect it to the end of the source. Apply it and we'll have the effect. Okay, so there we go. This is how it will look like. And if you check on or click on that, so you'll basically see the difference of all of them. Okay, you can apply or press on Ctrl-Z so that you can also remove the effects which you've applied. You can see this is how it will look like on default. So if you customize it the way you want to, you'll basically see new changes. So you can customize it. You can also stabilize it the way you need it to be. After you're done with it, you can just go off to the tools which you see over here on the wheel to customize it. And you can also apply an HDR effects if you need to. You can see how it will change. And you can also see this, the scopes which are changing with time. Okay, so apply the effect which you need to use. And then you're going to do is just save it. You can also apply forward OOTF. So now you know about the basic color gradings. After you're done, you can just go off to deliver. You can play out or play the whole thing, and you'll basically see that this is how it will look like. You can see this is the default, which I'm going to show, and this is the color grading. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to apply in basic color grading on your videos in Davinci. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson of Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to show you everything what you need to know about LUTs. Now, what is LUTs? I'm going to give you a basic idea, and I'm also going to be showing you examples of how LUTs work and how will you be able to use them in Davinci Resolve. So, without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Davinci Resolve on my device, I'm going to do is just make myself a new project.
So everything which I'm going to do over here is going to be based on LUTs. So before getting into our lesson of how you'll be able to use LUTs, we have to know a bit about what LUT is. So there are a couple of films which you've seen that those were shot on different cameras and created with digital technology. Several of them were even shot with same camera system, and yet they all look incredibly different from each other. Do you ever wonder how filmmakers achieve this? Of course, production design, costume, and lighting play a major role in how footage will look and feel ultimately a lot. It comes down to color grading. Now, color grading is just a process, and I have also shown you how you'll be able to apply basic color grading on your videos in my last lesson. So it is basically how a colorist alters certain aspect of an image, the original colors, contrast, saturation, and more to achieve a desired look. And using LUTs is a significant aspect of color grading. Now let's know about what LUTs are. LUTs are unusual or unsung heroes of video editing and color grading. They're not just filters. LUT or LUT, which is called a lookup table in a full form. So LUT is LUTs. So the full form of LUTs is lookup table. It is a predefined array of numeric values that offer a convention or a convenient way to streamline a particular computation. In a color grading, a LUT converts input color values, which is typically from the camera, into the desired output values, ultimately reflected on the final footage. Think of them as like a shortcut to achieving a specific visual style, whether it's the sun-drenched hues of a summer blockbuster or gritty tones of a noir thriller. However, they're not just drag and drop fix. Often your footage must meet specific requirements for them to work on your device. So make sure that you have a decent, computer or decent device where you can apply those color gradings and LUTs. So the easiest way to make you understand about a LUT is kind of like a preset, but filter preset, so that it can make changes on your videos while you're working on DaVinci Resolve. So let's open up my media first. Let's click on import media. And then I'm going to do is go off to DaVinci Resolve and I'm going to open all of them up. Don't change. So as I have everything or each and every one of those resources, and I can also open up more. So click on import. I also have a couple of them on my downloads. So I'm going to go off the download and then I'm going to open it up. So as I have all of them on my media pool, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to apply LUTs on your videos. Well, it's going to be very simple. Just make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. Now, another thing which you have to keep one thing in mind is that there are technical sides and understanding LUTs in video editing. LUTs remap the colors in your video footage. It's like a translator, converting the original hue and tones into a new color space. So let's say you took this video and maybe Canon, and then you took this video on a Sony. So obviously both of them will be different from one another, right? So if I disable it, you can see this is how it looks like on the bottom one, and this is how it looks like on the top one. So let's say this one is on Sony, this one is on Canon. But what if I want both of them to look the same? So that is when I will be able to apply LUTs so that both of them look the same, right? Now, how would I do that? There are a couple of decoders or encoders which you will be able to use while you are using LUT or color grading in DaVinci. Now I'm going to be showing you how. First off, go off to the color page or the color platform. Now you already have these nodes. Now I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to use these nodes the way you want to, and a couple of tips and tricks. First thing, you have this one over here, but what you can do is make copies of these, and you can also do is make duplicate. What you can also do is delete and add more nodes the way you need to. So there are serial before, add parallel, add layer, and also add outside. So you can apply them
And if you want more, you can also drag and drop it so that it just works a lot more better. You can also make copies of these so that it works a lot more better. Okay? And you will also be able to change the name and also compose it, the mode. Okay? Let's say I want maybe a blend on it. You can apply those blends. But these are basically not LUTs. So composite mode, I'm going to keep it on normal so that I get all of these values or all of, the things which I want it to be. Now, there are a couple of tools. Now, I've shown you how these actually work, but if you want to apply more transformation, you can also apply that. You can do is just drag one and drop it over here. So that is basically how you'll be able to add more transformation node over here. And you can also go off the add node and you'll be able to apply what you want to apply over here. There are a couple of other tools too, which you can like enable them and then work on with it. There are a couple of tools which you will find over here. You can see this one over here. There's a couple of change. You can also apply different colors, different wheels. I've already shown you how these actually work and how these nodes also work at the same time. You have these options, you have these buttons over here. You'll be able to make copy. You will also be able to, apply in more settings the way you need it to be. And the main LUTs which you will find out is over here. LUTs. Okay, so first things first is that make yourself a new node or make yourself a new composite node. Okay, you can see now we have compound. Okay, you can double click on it and there are a couple of them over here. And you can also toggle display mode and clean up node. Okay, so it's basically up to you which one you want to use. And if you want to use any one of these, you can also make them the way you need it to be. Okay, there are a couple of these options which you'll be able to use to make yourself new LUTs and also to make yourself a couple of other nodes and also output. So let's say I'm going to do is go off the node cache and turn it off. And you can also add more node. Let's say I need the node color to be purple, and then I can also label it and I can decompose it. Well, I'm going to show you everything you need to know about when you're using LUT. Okay, so you can zoom in and out, make yourself a new composition, make yourself a new node, make yourself a new source. Just fiddle through these options and you'll be able to customize it the way you need it to be. You can also go off the workspace and find out what you want to work with. There's also dual screen, primer display. You can change it up. Okay, viewer mode, Fairlight viewer. Then we have this layout preset. You can use layout presets, which you'll be able to use. Now, first things first is that you have to need to know about LUT, right? So just like I said, one is for Sony, one is for Canon, right? So let's say this one's Sony, or let's say this one is Sony and this one is Canon. So what you can do is go off to nodes, go off the effects, and then search for color space transformation. Apply that over those, the node which you see over here. Now go off the settings and change it up. First off, now what I'm going to do is going to be searching for Sony. So go down and we have Sony Gamut 3.cine. So this is basically how the raw files of Sony camera will look like. So this is going to be giving you the workspace or the color space of Sony. Now you want the input gamma to also be on Sony, but Sony is log 3, log 2, log 1. You can use whichever one you want. So let's say I want to use log 2. So you can see log 2 doesn't look that good. So I'm going to use log 3 or log 1. You can see log 1 is giving me quite off a really good one. Now on the output color space, I also want Sony Gamut, which is 3 or 3.cine. Now, if you're using the RGB panel, you can also use the RGB panel. Now, if you want to use Cine 3, you can also apply that. And on the output gamma, you can also go off the Sony, which you will not find over here if you are using an older version of Davinci. But if you're using the newest version, you can try out different one of these output gamma, which will be given by only Sony. You can see Sony 3 or maybe Sony 2. So after we are done with our customization on our color or our basic color grading or our working space of color, you can now change it the way you need it to be. Now, how are you going to do that? First off, you have to go off to LUTs. Now, after you go off to LUTs, you will be able to customize it the way you need it to be. First off, What you're going to do over here is going to be clicking on LUTs and then find out the Sony workspace. Now what I can do is select on the ones which I basically need and I can apply it. You can see this is how it will look like when I apply any of those. I can also drag it over here and paste it so that we can see how this will actually look like. It will take a bit of time to play up the whole thing. You can see this is how it will look. If I apply this, I'm going to wait for a bit until it has been loaded up. You can see I'm going to do is get it over here. This is how it will look on this one. And then we have this one. And also we have this one. So try out using whichever one you have to use. And obviously I'm going to give you example of each and every one. But let's move on with our course. Let's move on with our lesson. Now on the next one, I'm going to apply a different type of effect. Or let's say a different type of, let's say, color space. So this one I want Canon, right? So I'm going to go off to color again, select out this part, and now I'm going to do is going to be applying my color space transform. As I apply my color space transform on that specific, node, settings will open up. So what I'm going to do is going to be select that, and there we have is our color transform. Apply that up, go off the settings, and then find out the one which you have to use. You can see it over here. There we go. Now I'm going to do is going to be applying my Canon. So I'm going to do is apply Canon. You can see already the color change has happened. Now if I want to use input gamma, I'm also going to be using Canon. Okay, so I'm going to go off the Canon, not Nikon. If you want to use Nikon, it's also up to you. But I'm going to do is going to be applying on Canon. You can see Canon log 1, 2, 3. Apply the one which you need to use. You can also apply in adaptation log 3. Okay, looking a lot better. Now I'm going to do is also apply Canon Cinema Gamut, and then the Alpha Gamma. I'm going to do is going to be applying whichever Canon I have. You can see 1, 2, and 3. Find out the one which you want to use. You can also swap them if you want to. You can also turn it off to see how it basically is. You can also apply it to see how these actually work. Okay, it's basically up to you how you want to work with it. This is how it looks like, and this is how when you apply that color space. And then you can do is go off over here, find out Canon or whichever color space you want to use or whichever LUTs you want to use. And even if you are, or if you've used, any of these color space and you want to save it as a preset, you can also do that. You can save it up and then use it as a LUT. So this will just basically save up all of that conversion, all of the changes which you do in your video, and then you'll be able to customize it. So as we have 2 of those videos already remapped, what I'm going to do is going to be applying it to this part. Okay, I'm going to do is just take it over here, delete. I'm going to go over here. There we go. Now you can see the whole thing. We can play it up. And now as our color space or a LUT has been added, this is how it will look like. Okay, now I'm going to apply color space or LUTs on this specific video. So I have to go off to LUTs and then find out the one which I need to use. Now, even if you do not have the LUTs which you want, there are a couple of other ones too. As I do not have Canon, now what you can do is that if you do not have any specific, file or any specific folder of any specific camera, you can also download them. Now, if you want to download it, first off, open up any of the web browser which you have on your device. You can see it over here. And then you're going to do is search for, the specific camera. Let's say I want Canon LUTs for Davinci. Hit on enter. And you can see we have other different type of softwares and different type of websites. But from here, you're going to do is going to be going off to Blackmagic Forum. Click on that and you'll be able to log in LUTs. And how you'll be able to do that, you'll be able to see it. But you can also get it directly from the genuine website, which is going to be Canon LUTs download. Hit on enter and you can see Canon India and all of those other sites. You can see LUT for Canon log gamma, and there are different type of sites. So what you're going to do is search in for Canon support. Okay, click on that, and then you'll basically see that there are different types of, these drivers or versions of LUT which you'll be able to use. Download them up, and then you'll be able to use the LUTs which you actually need on Davinci to encode it and put up the LUTs which you want to use. Now, let's go after the other ones. We have ACES. Click on any one of them and you'll be able to see the changes. Wait for a bit, play it up, and then after it has been processed, it will play up the file, how it will look like with the LUT on your node. You can see this is how it looks like. If I want ARRI, you can also apply that. On the Astro Design, you can also click on that and wait for a bit. And this is basically how it will look like. The ones which you basically see no difference is going to be applied after it has processed it up on the video. So it takes a bit of time on your CPU. You can see this is how it basically looks like. There's no difference. You can see this is how it looks like. Then we have is Blackmagic Design. We have this one over here. Then this one, Video 3, V3. And then we have is V4, V5. There are a couple of the ones which you'll be able to apply. And different of them has different adjustments. So all of them will look a bit different from one another. So fiddle through these options, which you can see this one is going to be a lot different than the one. See, this is a lot more colorful. And I can also change it. If we're using Blackmagic Design, try to be in the same color space because it will encode the whole thing or the whole video working space, color space, light space to be the same, okay? And it will be optimized faster. Now, if we're using Blackmagic Design LUTs, I'm going to apply Blackmagic Design Gen 3. I'm going to use Gen 5. From here, I'm going to do is going to be Gen 3 over here. And on the last one, I'm going to do is Gen 5. You can use whichever color space you want. And I can apply those and check out the one which you will actually look a lot better. Okay, you can see this is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. You can also swap it up whenever you want to. Then we have is DCI. This is how it looks like. Then we have is DJI over here. This one. You can see this is how it looks like, and there are a couple of filmy ones which you'll be able to apply and make changes to. You can also turn it off and check out the one which you actually need. Different ones will look different. Okay, so just fiddle through these ones. You can see this one also looks quite good. See, this one also looks quite good. Also this one. There we go. Then we have is HDR hybrid, gamma 2.6, 2.6 to HLG, 2.2. Then we have is HDR ST. Then we have is Olympus. You can see this one. Then we have is Panasonic. This one is a really color popping one. Then we have Red. Then we have Sony, VFX.io. And also there are a couple of favorite ones. If you want to save any one of them as favorite, you have this option over here, start. It will all be saved up on your favorites section or the category. So now you know how you'll be able to use LUTs. And even if you do not have color space turned on, you'll be able to apply them. But one thing is that if you do not have extra nodes on, I will always suggest you to use extra nodes because this is kind of like, a station. And then this one is the destination. So everything what happens in between is going to be the transformation. Okay. So try using different nodes or different filters or effects. And so that because when you do a mistake, you can just remove it whenever you want to without even harming or without even damaging the default base file. Okay, so try using these LUTs, try customizing it the way you want to, and each of the customizations which you do on your color page will all be saved up or will all take place on this transformation node. Let's say if I change it like this, and see this is the one which is changing. You can also fix in the way you want to. This is how it will look like. You can apply this. Let's say I'm going to do is use my picker tool. I'm going to use green. Just customize it. This is how it will look like. You can see a couple of the parts which I do not need as highlights has been removed. You can also fix in the saturation. I can also fix in the luminance. Customize it the way you want to, fixing the pre-filters, clean blacks, clean whites, black clip, white clip, fixing the blur radius if you want to, and also in and out ratio. So after you are done with everything, you'll basically find out that you have made yourself a new LUT. So if you want to save it, you can save it up as a preset. But if you want to use it the way you want to, just go off the deliver, export the whole thing, and all of them or all the customizations will be saved if you want to save it as a DRA project. So hope you understood everything about this lesson, which you need to know about LUTs and how will you be able to use it on your color working space and how will you be able to use on DaVinci Resolve. If you still have any confusion on how you will be able to apply LUTs and also use notes, feel free to ask me anytime. I will obviously help you whenever you need me. Okay? And you can also try out the other options which you have over here. I'm also going to be showing you about color correction in my next lesson. So make sure that you do not skip any part. And obviously, if you face any hassle, just ask me or, I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of DaVinci Resolve, where we are going to know everything we need to know about color correction.
Welcome to our new lesson of DaVinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to apply color correction on your videos while composing in DaVinci. Now, to some, you might also mix it up with color grading, and also you might mix it up with LUT. But if you have or if you've seen my previous lessons on how you'll be able to color grade, you already have basic idea about color correction. Now, one thing you have to do is that if you did not see the previous lessons of LUTs and also color grading, make sure to check it out, because if you did not see it, you will not be able to understand anything. Okay? So even if you do not have any idea, make sure not to skip any part in this lesson, so that you understand everything and so that it doesn't, make you fall into some problem or face hassle later on. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up DaVinci Resolve on our device. So first thing we're going to do is going to be opening up DaVinci. Now I'm going to be needing a new resource. So I'm going to open up Google Chrome and then I'm going to go off to Pixels. Now from Pixels, I'm going to find out something which is going to be very less color graded and has really less color on it. So you can see a couple of these videos has like really less color. So let's say I'm going to do is use this, download. It should be downloaded in a bit. Then I'm going to go down. And then I'm going to do is find another one from there. And I'm going to do is find something which will look really good when we apply that color correction. Now we are also going to be applying or taking different type of colors of videos so that we can match it up later on when we are color correcting. So I'm going to download this, 2 of them, and I'm going to do is going to be taking another video. So 3 of these videos, if they are downloaded, then we are going to do is just import them directly on DaVinci Resolve and show you step by step on how it actually works. Okay, so after it has been downloaded, just minimize the screen and then import it. First off, what we're going to do over here is going to be opening myself up a new project. So click on new project. I'm going to type or name it color correction. Okay, hit on create and your workspace will be created on your screen. Now, as it has been created, what you're going to do is going to be importing it the way I've shown you. Click on import, media, go off the downloads, and import all of them together. Do not change. So now you can see that we have 3 of these videos and 3 of them are a whole different thing. But you don't have to worry a bit. First off, just take any one of the videos which you need to color grade or correct it. So I'm going to do is just apply one of those videos on my timeline panel. Now, as I have it on my timeline panel, let's play it. So this is how it looks. You can see there's like different type of colors, but we'll get a better idea if we go off to the color page. So go off to colors
Now, after we go off the colors, there are going to be different type of changes which you need to make. First off, we're going to keep yourself on this page and make yourself to be suitable or comfortable with the color wheels. Now here, what I'm going to do is going to be changing myself or changing this platform into this waveform. Now, I'm going to do select that and I'm going to stay on this waveform, and I can also open up vector scope, which we are going to need. So I'm going to do is going to be opening both of them up. So you can see that I have both of these on different scales. Okay, I'm going to do is just keep it right over here because we are going to be needing this most of the time. So as I have my color over here, we're going to see how the color is actually formed. You can see over here, we have this color over here, okay? So this is basically the shadow from 0 to 256 or maybe 128. So if I change it under or keep all of these waves over at the bottom, it will be the shadow or it will be dark. The mid ones from 640 to 256, those are the midtones. And the top ones you can see over here are the highlights. So if these waveforms go at the top, everything will look white. If it goes at the bottom, everything will look black. But now you can see this is, composed of the shadows and also a bit of midtone. And it's also going a bit above to the highlights. Okay. I'm going to show it to you. So if you've seen my previous lessons, you already know about how these work. Now, if you did not, I'm going to say it to you again or show it to you again. So let's hold it that this is, let's say this is the highlights, the gamma is the midtone, and this, or let's say this is the highlights, this is the midtone, and this is the shadow. So how are we going to see it? If I increase the wheels over here, you can see that this is going at the top. I can see when this goes at the top, everything looks white. So you can see that the video itself is overexposing itself to be super white. So let's hold that this is the highlight. Now I'm going to take it at the bottom again and keep it at the base. Now one thing is that you can undo the process, but you won't be able to customize it or get it back after you have applied in a certain change. Then let's move on to the gamma. You can see that this is now working mostly on the midtones, because even if we're increasing at the top, it is still not going above 1023 or not even reaching 1023. So this is the midtone. So I'm going to do is reduce it back again and keep it somewhere over here. There we go. Perfect. And now the gain. This is the shadow. So no matter how much you increase, still there will be a couple of waveforms or scales or scopes which will be over here, okay? And the last wheel which we have over here, the offset, is the global value. Now the global value changes every one of them. Lift, gamma, and gain all at the same time. Now let's learn a bit about the colors in the old-fashioned way. So you can see on our vector scope, we have this value or this light. So you can see this is a bit of the pink or M, and then this is blue, cyan, green, yellow, red, and this is a bit of maroon. Okay, so when this light is on or pointed or is on a certain part or directed on a certain part of these boxes, that is the color tint being applied to that color. So on the vector scope, you will find just right beside it something called the settings. Now we have all of it, but we're going to go through them step by step, one by one. So let's start working with our low or our low range, or let's say our shadows. Now you can see that our shadow has a bit of red tint and a bit of white tint on it. Now how are we going to fix it? So you can see that this is low, so we are going to customize our gain. So you can see that this is on the red side. You can see on the red, every color wheel is basically the same. You can see red, you can see a bit of pink or maroon. Then we have blue, cyan over here, green over here, green over here, yellow over here, and yellow is also over here, and red. Okay, so how are we going to fix it? Now you can customize it, all of them at the same time with offset, but it's not going to give you the exact or specific desired result which you need to do. So if you want to customize it, you have to follow a couple of steps. First off, as we selected low, so we are going to customize it with our gain. So I'm going to do is going to be taking it a bit at the bottom. You can see as this has been, this slide is now getting on the center. Now, when it gets on the center, it means that now it is focused on all of them at the same time. I'm going to take it a bit on the left. So you can see is most of them on the center. So you can see the color has changed and the red tint has been removed from the shadow. So we are done with our low. You can also use the vector scope. You can fix it up, fix the brightness, and also you can fix up the luminance. You can also fix up the low range and the high range, but we're going to show it to you later on. Now let's go off the midtones. So you can see the midtones are now basically on the yellow part and also a bit on the cyan and blue. We need it a bit on the bluer side and we need it a bit more on the center. So what are you going to do? Fix it with a gamma. So I'm going to do is going to be taking this a bit to the right. Now you can see that even though this is getting a bit bluer, but we are getting the exact raw type of photo which we need to use. Now, you might think about if you get a raw type of footage, that is color correction. Well, exactly, you are kind of correct. Well, it is not basically full color grading, but it means removing the colors which are edited. So that is basically color correction. The more it is on the center of the vector scope, the more correct or more raw finish it will get. So we are also done with our midtone. Now the last one which you're going to do is going to be the high tone. Now you can see that on the high tone, we cannot see much of the color, but yet we have the color flashing a bit on the cyan and also a bit on the blue. Now how are we going to fix it? So as we have selected high, we are going to go off to the lift. So we are going to lift it up a bit. So click on this lift, fix it up, and customize it or take it a bit on the top. Not too much, just a bit. So you can see that the photo or the video which you're getting is closest to the raw filter, or let's say the raw footage. Okay? Now, even though there are a couple of other changes or a couple of other things which you need to know too, but this is the basic and the most old-fashioned way how you'll be able to color correct. Now, I have color corrected on the first one. So let's name it to be correction. Right click on it, and then I'm going to label it correction. Okay? So we have the correction, and I'm going to do is going to be make myself a new node. So click on add nodes and add yourself a serial. So we have the second node. In this node, we are going to do is going to be fixing our contrast. So I'm going to do is right click on it, click on node label, and type in contrast. Enter. Okay. Now, how are you going to fix your contrast? You can see the wavelength has been changed. So go off the contrast over here and customize it the way you need it to be. You can see when I increase it, it will be a bit of color grading, but make yourself or get it to the level where you can see the whole thing in a better way. Now I'm going to fix out the exposure, but not on this node. We're going to go step by step. So on the contrast, we're going to fix it up just a bit. You can see this is how it will look like. Keep it a bit above, 1 or how much you need it so that it stays stable on the waveform or let's say the scopes and it looks good. So we are basically done with our contrast. And if you want to see it on the parade, you can also see it that the red, green, and blue is quite balanced. But the blue is still on the bottom. Now, you don't need to fix it if you see that all of the vector scopes or all of them are quite, on the stable, let's say point. Now, if you click on all, you can see now this is a bit on the yellow and red side. Now, how are you going to fix it? Now, if you want to fix all of them at once, just like I said, the offset is the global change or the global wheel. So I'm going to do is going to be taking a bit on over here, keep it a bit at the bottom on the corner, and you can see now this has given me a bit of blue vibe, but it has given me the rawest change I can get. Okay, or let's say the rawest, footage I can get if those are on, let's say the middle. Okay, and you can also fix it up with the wheel. You can customize it a bit. Say I want a bit to be low You can see now all of them are getting stable. So that means we are getting our color correction directly from using these wheels. Okay, so we are also done with our contrast of how we'll be able to customize it. Then I'm going to do is going to be adding myself up a new node. Right click on it, add nodes, add serial. There we go. So we have our third one. I'm going to label it up, node label. And here I'm going to do is going to be fixing myself of the temperature. So I'm going to do is type in temp, hit on enter, and you can customize it. So if you want to customize your temperature, you can also fix it. If you want it to be a bit, a yellowish, warmer, take it a bit higher. If you want it lower, take it a bit lower. Now I'm going to keep it most stable if I can, but you can see, the vibe of this whole footage, that it's given me a bit of warm type of vibe. So I'm going to keep it a bit, just a bit higher than the regular basis. So there we go. We have our temperature, and you can still see it is still at the top on the red and green. So I'm going to do is just keep it a bit lower. And there we go. We have it. Okay. We have fixed our temperature, our offset, gain, gamma, and also lift at the same time. Now, after we are done with all of these, now we're going to fix out our mid, or let's say our details, and also the pivot. So I'm going to do is going to be making myself another node. So click on add node, add serial, and then I'm going to do is going to be label it, node label, and then I'm going to do is type in mid or details, or okay, type in DET. So from here, I'm going to customize our mid over here, the midpoint, fix it up the way you want to. Let's say I want the middle point to be somewhere over here. It will just boost the color. Okay. Now, if you want a bit of color boost, you can apply that. But we are going to apply the color boost as our color grading because we are basically done with color correction. So customize it the way you need it to be. And now, after you are done, you can apply the same things on other footages too. So we have applied our color correction. Now let's do another footage. So I'm going to go off to cut, and then I'm going to do is going to be applying another media right over here. I'm to do is just take this on the corner of this, and there we go. So we have our other, footage over here. I'm going to go off the color, and there we go, the second one. So I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to do it fast this time, as you already know, but still I'm going to show you. You can see this is on the red side. So I'm going to start off with the low. So I'm going to do is just fix out the gain, lower, and then on the mid, fix out the gamma a bit. I'm going to keep it over here. You can see, you can also fix it like this. You can see, if you see that there are a couple of parts that are splashed, just use this wheel. It will lessen it up. There we go. You can see this is how it will look like, and keep it a bit on the middle. There we go. Right click on over here on the high. We're going to do the same thing. You can see this is a lot splashed. So I'm going to do is just reduce it just a bit. And then I'm going to do is just going to be keeping a bit on the top. You can see it, how it will look like. There we go. Fix in the midpoint a bit. See a bit on this part. There we go. And on the last one, what we're going to do is fix out all of them at once. Go after the offsets and fix it up, keep it on the middle. And you can apply in temperature. Keep it a bit bluer. You can see because the blue part is not that much over here. You can fix out the tints, but now I'm going to do is fix out my contrast. I'm going to increase it up just a bit so that all of them looks quite better. Fix in the pivots, and then fix in the midpoint. There we go. Perfect. Fix it up just a bit on the center. There we go. You can see it is on the middle. You can fix up the offsets too. The more in the middle it is, the more color corrected it will be. Okay, so basically we are done with it, and you can see the whole thing. You can get a preview. Just go off to edits, play up the whole thing. You can see how it looks like when it is quite raw. This is how it will look like. You can see the bounce over here. We can also fix that up. So click on that, go off the color. What we're going to do is just fix it just a bit. Fix in the temperature. Fix it up just a bit. And there we go. We are done. Now, as we've color corrected 2 of these footages, now I want to apply another one. So I'm going to go off the cuts and I'm going to apply another video right over here. Okay. So if I want to apply the same type of color correction of this one into this, you can also do that. How? Press on Control and keep it Control, or keep it highlighted. Select the one which you want to match it to. So from here, select up the one and click on Shot Match to this clip. When you click on that, all of them will be applied. Right click on it, and it will take a bit of time to apply all of the effects. Now, after the effects has been put, it will take a bit of time to apply all of those effects. And now you can see that it has been applied. I'm going to press on Cancel, and there we go. This is color corrected. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind that this is now looking overexposed. Why? It's because that not all the video wavelength or the color wavelength are the same. Now, how will you fix that? So, if you apply the same type of color correction, sometimes it will not look good. What I'm going to do over here is right click on it. I'm going to add myself a new node, add serial, and now I'm going to fix it up just by using my vector scope. Click on low. I'm going to fix it up one by one. Low is quite perfect. Go off the mid. Now you can see I'm going to fix out my mid. Just reduce. Keep it the lowest as possible. We're going to fix it up with contrast. You can see this is how it will look like. Right click on it. High. There we go. And then we're going to just apply in a bit of color boost. There we go. Fix in your shadow. There we go. Fix in the highlights. Perfect. Saturation. Increase it. On the hue, you can keep it the same, and L mix, customize it the way you need it to be. And now the mid details. Fix it up. There we go. And you can fix up the other ones if you need to. And you can see the tint. There we go. All of them has been applied. So all of them are done. You can see over here, you can fix up the lift if you want to. There we go. If you apply it, there you go. You can see that we have the most color corrected footage I want. So hope you understood everything about color correction in this lesson. Still, if you have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I will obviously help you how I can. Okay, but just make sure not to skip any part of the lesson, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. Then you can apply in the same type of color correction on different videos if you download it. And now, if you want to apply color grade or LUT, just apply directly. Click on that, it will be applied directly. And you can see there are other options too. You can see there are other, footages or other videos, other effects. Just apply that, and you'll basically see the color correction will be applied on your video and make it look a lot better. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything. And without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about the basic audio edits in Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to show you everything you need to know about the basics of audio edits in Davinci. Now, in Davinci, it's going to be called the Fairlight. Now, what you're going to do is, first off, make sure not to skip any part of the video.
make sure you're connected to your Davinci account. Also, the newest version available, and also make sure that you are connected to the internet. If you do not have any resources, I have added in a resource file with this whole course where you can get your resources from, which will help you in the whole way. So just make sure not to skip any part, and without any further ado, let's just hop on to our lesson about basic audio edits by opening up Davinci Resolve on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Davinci Resolve Studio. Now what I'm going to do is going to be making myself a new project. Now in the past lessons, I've given you everything you need to know about cut, audio, or not audio, cut, color, edits, and all of those. So the thing which you need to know about right now is going to be how to get the perfect audio by using Davinci. Now, if you have no idea or no, let's say, experience about fixing your audio in other software such as Premiere Pro or iVideo and all of those, you don't have to worry because I'm going to be showing it to you how you'll be able to do it in Davinci. Okay, there might be a couple of differences in a Mac OS or a couple of commands in Windows. So make sure to not skip any part. Okay, so first thing is first, we are going to be making ourselves a new project. So click on new project, and I'm going to do is type in audio edits. Okay, hit on enter, and it will open up my workspace. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, let's say, just pass it on. Okay, there we go. We don't need it right now. What I'm going to do is just cut this off. Okay, so first thing first, I'm going to import my media, all of the ones which I have on Davinci Resources, Control A, and open all of them up without any change. Now there are a couple of these audios which I'm going to be using. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to apply one of the audio on my timeline panel. So if I have one on my timeline panel, you will basically see that I'm going to do is just put it over here. Okay, let's just try with the video first and then try an audio. There we go. So we have a video and an audio. You can see this is how it will sound. Okay, so as this is how it sounds, now I'm going to do is just pause this. Okay, so from here I'm going to do is just take it up till this level from where it basically starts. Okay, now one thing is that when you are using any audio, let's say even your own audio, let's say you've recorded the audio and you want to make it better, or sometimes you get a music which you want to use to make your video better. So I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to edit those. Okay, first off, you have this option right beside the color, which is fair light. Now when you go off the fair light, you will be able to see just the audio which you want to use. So play it up. So this is how it should work. Okay, now there are a couple of things which I'm going to introduce you to first, and then I'm going to get into my whole video how you'll be able to fix it. Okay, so first things first is that on the top of the screen we see our equalizer, or let's say our band. Now you can see the bus, the control room, the loudness, and all of the individual frequency of equalizers. Okay, so you can customize it later on, but let's get into our timeline. So just like we edit our video on our timeline panel, on this fair light we are only going to be seeing our audio which is being used. And you can also see that we have L and R. So L is for left, which is going to play on the left side of your speaker or your headphone, and R is for your right side. Now you can customize it the way you want it to be. Now first off, open up the scopes or keep it turned on, keep it toggled on, and then we're going to go into our edits. Okay, we have a couple of these options: audio 1, audio 2, and then our bus for our record. Now you can also record your own audio and use it. I'm going to suggest you using it, but you can also use a couple of other resources. That's also doable, and that's totally fine. Okay, now the first thing you have to fix is going to be the input and the order. Now, how do you want it to be like? Now, if you are using or if you want a corporate professional type of audio, make sure to fix in your order in equalizer, filter, and then dynamics. If you apply your own filters first and then dynamics, all of the filters, or let's say all the filters will be applied first, and then you will be able to customize the outcome or the filter and the audio together at the end. So make sure to fix out your audio first, which is going to come up in order, which is going to be equalizer first, and then go off the filters, and then go off the dynamics, which will make your audio sound a lot better. Okay, now where will you be able to fix it? Now go off to A1, click on that, and go off the last one, which is going to be equalizer, effects, and DY. Do the same thing on A2, equalizer, effects, and DY. So after you are done, you can see there's no input. Now you can put in input. You can click on that and apply, let's say mic or the input 2 or the audio L1, L2. That's basically up to you. You can patch it up. You can see both of them has been patched up. Now if you want to unpatch it, click on it, unpatch, and there we go. It has been removed. So we also have our mic input, and you can see audio 1, audio 2, left and right. Okay, you can customize it whenever you want. After you're done, you can cut it off. Okay, you can also record your own audio and use it up whenever you want to. Okay, I'm also going to be showing it to you how you'll be able to do that. But first off, let's show you a bit more about how the effects, filters, dynamic, and equalizers work. So if you have selected the equalizer first, then I'm going to suggest you that you work with the equalizer first. Click on this EQ option, click on that, double click, and there you can see that this type of interface will open up. Now, first off, you can see that there is this option. So I'm going to do is show you or keep it on the waveforms. Make sure to keep it on the waveform so that we can see the whole thing. You can also apply in timeline scrolling if you want to. And if you don't want to, you can also unlock it if you want to. Okay, that's totally up to you. You can also apply in stroller. Then other ones you can see, it's basically up to you. Now, if you want to get a full, the view, then keep it on audio too. Okay, there we go. Now we can see the whole thing all at once. Now I'm going to do is first off cut it over here. And I'm going to do is just zoom in a bit more so that we can see the whole thing and understand a bit more about it. Zoom in, and there we go. Now, first thing you have to know is about the waveforms and how it works. You can see a couple of these waveforms that some of them are quite subtle and some of them are spiking up and at the bottom. So that means at that part, that is a high-pitched audio. Now, when you want to work or make your audio sound professional, you have to keep all of them on the same or around the same level to keep the bass line and keep the treble or the high notes to be smooth and ongoing. Okay, so first thing is first, open up equalizer again. Now on the band 1, this is where you are going to customize it the way you need it to be. First off, what you're going to do is select up the first audio which you want to customize. Now, how are you going to do that? First off, make sure to keep the header on a part where it is at the lowest. There we go. Now, on the band 1, you're going to do is fix out your frequency. Keep it on the slope or keep it on this one, and then fix in the frequency under 90 or so. Okay, so I'm going to do is keep it lower or keep it under or keep it around 90. Okay, there we go, 90. You can play it up. You can now hear that the sound is a lot more better. Okay, so I'm going to do is cut this, pause it, and keep it back on the lowest parts of the audio. Go off the equalizer again, and then I'm going to do is going to be fixing my frequency. Okay, so fixing your frequency somewhere, let's say 87 is also perfect. You can play it up. You can also pause it and unpause it, and then you're going to do is just fix in the first band. So turn on band 1, and then you're going to customize it
the way you need it to be. There we go. The less you make it, you will basically hear that the sound is now decreasing or getting smoother. But I'm going to just keep it somewhere around 80. There we go. 81 is perfect. Now, after I've selected this 81, now I'm going to go off to my band 2, from where I'm going to be selecting up a different waveform. Okay? So from here, what I'm going to do is click on this band 2, click on that one, and select this scope. Now from here, you're going to do is fix up the Q factor all the way up. Now find out the place where it should actually pop up. So I'm going to just increase it. And then I'm going to display it. Now you can hear that the part is now popping up, right? You can also keep it. But if you want smoother flow, keep it somewhere around over here. There we go. It has been applied too. And you can also apply your frequency or customize the frequency the way you need it. So I'm going to do is just reduce it just a bit. Okay, 160 is totally perfect. So after we are done, you can also customize it and keep it a bit low. So we can try that out. So keep playing. Then go after the third band. Keep all of them quite the same. You can see the same. And the last one, I'm also going to be changing it. And I'm going to do is keep it over here. On the Q factor, change it up. Select on the fourth one. Q factor all the way up. You can now hear that it's getting smoother. And the last one, band 5, open it up. Q factor all the way up. And now take it a bit lower. Okay? Now on the band 6, where we are going to make it smoother. So to make it smoother, what we're going to do is going to be turning on bandwidth. And then I'm going to do is going to be turning it all the way down so that we get the last effect. So we are basically down. We're going to fix out your frequency. There we go. Now comes out the part where we are going to fix out the high pitch. Okay. Now, also, if you want to use different types of audios or music, well, I have a site, or I use a site where I get my royalty music from. So what you're going to do is going to be using or opening up any of the browser which you have on your device. Type in pixabay.com music, and from here you'll be able to use royalty-free music, which you can use on your YouTube, social media, and also for your client's work. Okay, you can try that out. It's totally fine, which you can use. Now what we're going to do is going to be fixing out our effects, or you can also go off the dynamics. So first off, we're going to apply a bit of dynamics first, and then we're going to apply in our effects. So cut this off. This has already been applied. So we have our equalizer. We're going to apply the same thing over here. Apply this. I'm going to do is turn it on. Keep it somewhere around 81. Select number 2. There we go. Turn all of them on. Turn it on. Turn all of those Q factors at the highest. Here we go. Keep it a bit low. There we go. Perfect. Now you can also apply which one you want. So let's say I'm going to use air. There we go. It has been applied. Now we're going to go after the dynamics. Now the dynamics could sometimes be a bit confusing, but make sure to follow all the steps. First off, on the threshold, what you're going to do is turn on the compressor. You're not going to, apply or turn on the expander or the gate. First off, turn on
this compressor. Now make sure that this is somewhere around minus 12.8. Okay, I'm going to do is just keep it on minus 12.8 or 12.7, totally perfect. And then you're going to do is going to be applying the ratio up to, let's say, 5 or 2. You know, how much you want to compress basically. So let's say I'm going to do is just apply that. There we go. Applied. And after I have applied that, now we can also apply the peak in the audio and see how it basically works. So we can also apply in a bit of attack inside of it, which we can use is going to be 1.2. So I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere around 1. You can see this is how it works. Then customize it the way you want to. Now we're going to do the same thing on this one. Make sure to keep these buttons on so that it gets in the input. Now you will be able to see how it is basically working. Turn on the compressor. And I'm going to do is apply the threshold. Can fix out the makeup. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around +5. Ratio 1. There we go. And fix the attack somewhere lower. It will keep it on the base level, so you will get a very good type of audio which you basically need. Okay? And you can also change the effects which you want to use. So I'm going to do is just stop it. I can also apply in different orders. Let's say if you want to use DY effects and equalizer, that's also up to you, whichever one you want to use. So I'm going to do is just take it on the beginning. There we go. You'll be able to see or hear that it is now very smooth than the sound which you actually got on default. Okay? Try out these options and you will basically see how it basically works. Okay? So try all of them out and then you're going to do is fix out the limiter. Now when you fix in the limiter, you will basically see a lot of changes. So I'm going to pause it and then go off to my gate. So click on this and then go off to apply these. Same thing, apply open, go off the gate. Now from here, you're going to fix out the range and the threshold. Let's I'm going to do is just minus, fix in the threshold. I'm going to do is fix in the ratio if you can, go off the expander, apply, play it. And you can see how smooth it goes now, okay? How smooth the sound will be. So try them out, and you can also see that we're also going to be fixing up the attack. So reduce it just a bit, hold it in a bit so that it just holds in that, you know, the beats and all of those and syncs it up. Okay. Now, as your sound gets smoother with time, you're going to do is fix up your makeup so that it applies a bit more effect to it. Okay. Check it out. And then last thing which you're going to do is going to be applying your own limiter. So after you apply your own limiter, you will basically see that apply it. You can see now it is now not going to the red part. So that means it is now a lot smoother. So to apply a lot smoother to that, you can apply a bit of mix to it and apply a bit of knee and reduce that sound just a bit. You can fix out the makeup whenever you want. Go off the B, apply that, fix in the threshold, reduce it if it goes a bit too at the top, ratio, release, and then hold it a bit more. Okay, and apply your limiter, reduce your threshold, and you can see how it is working. Release it a bit and apply that. The higher you go, the sound will go higher. But keep it at the lowest so that it just goes up smoother and smoother. And then you can also apply what type of, applies or applications or DY or dynamics you want. Let's say I want compression. You can apply that. Now you can hear that the sound is totally different. But when you apply the basics, you'll basically see how different it actually is. Apply that up. Apply the threshold.
apply the range, apply the ratio, how much you want it to change, go off the gates, fix in the release, fix in the holds, attack, and play it up. Reduce it, and that is how it will sound. Apply your limiter. You can also see. So you can try out different types of audios, different type of effects. So it's basically up to you how you're going to work with it. And the last thing what you're going to do is going to be applying in your effects. You can go off the plus over here, whichever one you want. Let's say I want maybe a bit of delay. You can also apply that. That's totally fine. You can apply which type of sound you want. And this is how it will sound. If you don't want delay, you can turn it off. You can change it to different ones. Delete plugin. Go off the effects. If I want distortion, you can see how it sounds now. You can apply high cuts. You can also go back and apply or check the sounds. This is how it sounds. If I change it to something else, let's say I want maybe crunchy, this is how it will sound. And you can also apply more effects at the same time, different effects. Click on that so you'll be able to customize it. So as I'm done with distortion, maybe I want a bit of reverb, apply in reverb, customize it a bit. Pre-delay, reverb time, distance. So this is how it will sound, and you can see how the waves has changed now from the default. So hope you understood everything about how you'll be able to apply in basic changes to your audios. But I also have an advanced one where you will be able to learn a lot more on, the audios fixing or the audio edits in Davinci. So just make sure not to skip any part and make sure to fix in your order first, so that you can see or you'll be able to apply changes and make sure that your work is a lot more optimized at the same time. So hope you understood about everything, and if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson of Davinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of Davinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to apply video and audio transitions. Now, obviously, if you want to make your work, project, or composition look a lot more better, smoother, you have to apply. Now, the transition is going to be the change or the motion from one clip to another. Now, it differs from audio to video. Okay? So I'm going to be showing you everything about, the transitions in Davinci, how you can apply them, what type of features or what type of transitions does Davinci offer you. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Davinci Resolve on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Davinci Resolve on my screen or on my device. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be making myself a new project. So let's say I'm going to do is type or name it transitions so that we can find it later on. So as I have opened up my new project or my new workspace, I'm going to be making myself a composition first before getting into our transition. So first off, go off the files, go off to import media, select all of them, Control and A, press on open, don't change. Okay, so we are good to go. Now I'm going to do is going to be making myself a good type of transition video or even a composition. So let's say I'm going to do is apply this. I'm going to do is apply this. Then I'm going to apply this over here. Let's say I'm going to do is apply this over here. And then I'm going to do is apply more. And let's say I'm going to use this 5 of these tracks. Okay. So as I have 5 of these tracks, you can see this is how it will look like. So there we go. We have all of them. I'm going to do is just cut the ones which I don't need. So let's say from here, I'm going to do is slice them up. I'm going to cut. I'm going to delete. I'm going to do is take it over here. I'm going to cut it out. Delete. Cut out this part. Then I'm going to do is just delete it. Cut it out, delete, and do the last or the same thing over here, cut and delete. Okay, so we have all of those over here. And then I'm going to do is just apply it. There we go. So we have all of them applied, and let's play it and see how it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obviously, it doesn't look good, right? So I'm going to do is going to be removing the empty tracks. So I'm going to right click on over here, delete empty tracks. So this is how it will look like. Okay. So as we have it over here, now I'm going to do is going to be applying my audio. So let's say I'm going to do is apply this maybe. Let's try it out. Okay, let's not use this. Let's use the other one. Okay, there we go. We have 2 of that. So we have 2 of those, and now I'm going to do is just remove up till here. Cut, delete. So we are basically done with all of those. And I'm going to do is just cut this part out up till this one. And then I'm going to do is apply this one over here. Cut, delete, and apply it over here. So we have 2 of these audios where I'm going to be showing you about the video transitions first, and then I'm going to go off to our audio. So first thing is first, I'm going to do is cut out this audio too. From here, cut this part out. I'm not going to be needing that. Okay. First off, when you want video transition, make yourself go off to the edit panel, and then over here on effects, you'll find out video and also audio transition. Make sure to turn on inspector so that you can see all of the settings which you have. So I'm going to turn it off right now. And then what I'm going to do is going to be taking that, zooming in. So I'm going to see over here, first off with video transitions. There are a couple of these video transitions which you'll be able to apply. So let's say if I take it on over here, and if I see this, I can also get a preview of how this will actually look like. You can see this is how it will look like. If I want the brightest flash, I can also apply it. This is how it will look. I can also apply a camera shake. Just make sure to apply it, and you can see this is how it will look like. And if you just use it, this is how it will look. On the circles, this is how it will look. On the crash zoom, then we have cross dissolve. You can apply the ones which you actually need. So there is dissolve, there is iris, shape, motion, fusion transition, okay, and then resolve effects transition. So let's go off the interesting parts, which is going to be the fusion transition. So if I use this drop warp, then we have is flip 3D. Then we have the pan left. Okay, there are a couple of these ones which you can use. You can also use motions to make it a lot better. And you also have dissolve. So let's try using a bit of motion and a bit of fusion transition at the same time. So go down. Let's say I'm going to use this over here, or this is DCTL transition. Okay, so I'm going to do is use this stretch. And if you want to apply it, just take it over here and apply it where you want it. Stretch bar. There we go. And then you can also drag it over here. See, this is how it will look. And you can also apply it at the end. So if I want it over here, I can also apply it. See, I will be able to apply it right over here, but then I will be able to use the whole thing at the end. If I play it, this is how it will look. Now we can use the same thing on different ones. Let's say I want mosaic, or maybe I want detail dissolve. Let's say I want spin circle on this one. I can also use it to customize the time. I can also use different ones. Let's say I want a bit of camera shake on this one. You can customize it like this. And the last one, I want an X swipe on the beginning. So let's try it out. Let's just, mute this audio first. This is how it will look. And now you can see that it takes a bit of time to process a couple of transitions. You can see the shake over here. I'm going to do is increase it. And this is how it will look. Okay. So as we have all of these, now you can see that this looks a lot better than the default ones, right? You can also remove them. Just press on that, delete, and you can apply different ones. You can also delete that and also apply in more. Let's say maybe I want a bit of smooth cuts. You can see it's taking a bit of time, and this is how it will look. Smooth effects, and there we go. All of them has been done. So we are basically done with our video transition. There we go. So as our video transition has been done, now we can move on to our audio transition. So how will it look, or how will it sound? Now I'm going to apply the audio transition over here. So click on audio transition, and then we have 3 of these. Crossfade, which is plus 3 dB, minus 3 dB, and 0 dB. So if you want to reduce the sound, so use minus. If you want to increase the sound, use plus. And if you want to keep it the stablest, the one you want, then use 0. So I'm going to use minus 3 dB on the second one. There we go. We can see it. And you can also customize it the way you did on the video. Turn on inspector and you'll be able to customize it. So let's say I'm going to apply the duration. You can change it from here. You can also apply the fade or fade in and fade out. And you can try this out. See, this is how it sounds now. You can increase it. This is how it will sound. Okay. So hope you now understood how you'll be able to apply that. You can also apply the customizations on your transition. You can fix out the shake strength. You can fix out this one, smooth cuts, or let's say I want hexagon. And I can also fix in the rotation. I can fix in the aspect ratio. Play it. You can see how it sounds, and you will be able to apply more changes, but make sure whichever one you want to customize, select or highlight that transition or animation, and then go off the inspector and customize it the way you want. And if you want to turn off the transition, just click on this, and you'll basically see that you will not be able to apply any more effects. So if you want to change effects, just turn on the video, apply the ease, apply the outs, the feathers, the customizations, the values, everything, and you are basically good to go. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to apply an audio and also video transition. If you want to go off to more transitions, you can obviously go off the cut, and you have this transition tab. From here, you will be able to see the video and audio transitions, and there are more transitions of videos and also audios, which you'll be able to find from this section. You can also go off the Davinci's website and download the transitions which you want to use. And if you're using the studio version, the paid version, you will obviously get more of these features. Okay. So fiddle through these options, try them out, see which one you actually need or which meets up your criteria, and then import it or save it and share it. So thank you for watching this video again up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything. If you still have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So we are basically done with all of our lessons in DaVinci Resolve course. So we're going to move on to our class projects, where we are going to show you and where you can also learn or practice while learning at the same time. So without any further ado, let's move on to our first class project of DaVinci Resolve. Welcome to our new lesson of DaVinci Resolve. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can mask in DaVinci Resolve. Now, you might think that this is going to be very complex, but it actually is not. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up DaVinci on our device, and make sure that you are connected to the internet. Make sure you're using the newest version of DaVinci, which is going to be 18. And one another thing is that make sure not to skip any part, because all of the steps are going to be very vital and important. So without any further ado, let's just open up DaVinci Resolve and start our masking. As you can see on my device that I have opened up DaVinci. Now the first thing what I have to do is that I need a specific resource, which I'm going to be getting or showing it to you from where you're going to get it. And then I'm also going to be showing you each and every one of the steps. Now, while masking, it might take a bit of time, but I'm going to show you the most easiest method of how you'll be able to mask up and how you'll be able to use the tools to get your results done. So first thing what you have to do over here is make yourself a new project. I'm going to name it mask. Hit on create, and basically you have the interface ready. Now the thing what I'm going to do is going to be opening up any one of our web browser which I have on my device. You can see I will be opening up Google Chrome like this, and then I'm going to go off to pixels.com/video. Now you're going to find out a lot of these resources. But what I'm going to do is going to be searching for a car. So hit on enter, and now I'm going to be using this specific photo. So what I'm going to do is just click on download, and then it will take a bit of time to download it up. I can also do certain things like getting more videos and mask it up. What you can do is that get up certain videos like these two, but it's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Now let's say I'm going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to search for a ball. I'm going to hit on enter, and there we go. We have our specific video. Okay, you can play it up online, or you can also see it directly from DaVinci. Okay, so from here, I can also select up certain videos, let's say like this, or maybe this one, or maybe this one. Okay, you can select up the one which you actually need. So let's say I'm going to do is just download this just in case. And as it will be downloaded, what I'm going to do is going to be opening both of them up on DaVinci Resolve. If you've seen my previous lessons, you already know that how you're going to import up your videos and also import up whatever resource you have into your workspace. As you can see that they are downloaded. Now what I'm going to do is going to be closing them off, and I'm going to import all or both of them into my workspace. So to do that, I'm going to go off the media. Now from here, I'm going to do is select up the space where I have my downloads. You can also go off over here and find out the one which you have to use. You can also go off to DaVinci or file and open it up if you want to. That's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Or another thing what you can do is open up the folder on your device or on your PC, which is going to be downloads. And you're going to do is just like this. You can see it over here, and you can drag them into your workspace. Just like this. And this is how easy it is to actually import up your, let's say whatever resources you have or videos you have. Okay, so we have two of these videos. Now I'm going to go off to cut. Now here, I'm going to apply only one of the videos first, and later on, I'm going to show you about the next one. So I'm going to show you both of them of how it works and how you'll be able to mask it up. Now, whenever you are masking in DaVinci, first off, what you have to do is go off to Edit or Fusion, which is going to be a lot easier for you when you're working. Or you can also go off to Color, okay? So two of the methods is one is going to be the fusion, which I'm not going to be showing it to you because this is going to be more complex when you're using fusion. But when you go after the color section, you'll be able to mask them up easier. And how? I'm going to show it to you. First off, what you're going to do is going to be selecting the part. Okay, I'm going to do is just press on Control Z. And from here, I'm going to press on S. Okay, you're going to make a couple of other nodes. You're going to click on Add Node and add a serial. Now I'm going to do is use this. Now you can also apply in different colors if you want to, but let me show you the basics and how you'll be able to make it up as easiest and also the fastest as possible. So first thing you're going to do is going to be increasing the size of this specific video. We're going to do zoom in. You can do that. Now what I'm going to do is going to be reducing this one. Okay, so that we get more space. Okay. First thing what you have to do over here is that you see this button over here, which is called the window. Now on this window, this is basically the mask window. When you click on it, you'll basically see this is the type of interface you will be seeing. And from here, you'll be able to open up what type of mask do you want. Do you want a linear mask? You want a circular mask? You want a line, or do you want to draw it? So I'm going to do is going to be drawing my own mask however I want. So click on that. As you can see that it has been highlighted. Now I'm going to do is going to be zooming in. Now, how would you zoom in? You can just click on the clip. You can also zoom in like this, or you can also click on this option over here. And you're going to do is just click on this one. Okay. I'm going to go up. From here, I'm going to select up certain parts of this. So I'm going to do is just select on this. There we go. You can also adjust it however you want. There we go. This is how easy it is. And you can also adjust it whenever you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is just, you can also use this lines to adjust it. Do is just drag it a bit at the bottom. There we go, how easy it is. It can also take up more time. It's basically totally fine. There we go. We are done. So as you've selected or, masked up that certain object, what will happen is that it's going to already make up the mask. Now, obviously you are using a video, right? So on the video, what will happen is that when you play it, it will not have the same mask. So first I'm going to do is take it at the beginning, and right beside our mask, you will see this option of tracker, which is going to track up that certain part on every part of that video. You can also do it manually by using frames, but if you want to do it faster and also easier, just click on track. Now you'll basically see when you click on this tracker option, another window will open up. From here, what you're going to do is going to be track on left, track forward, or do you want to track on the reverse? So I want to track forward. So I'm going to track on that, and it's going to track up all of that video or all of that part of that video, and also going to mask up that certain part. You can see how it's looking. Only that specific part is being played, and only that specific part is still being masked. So it's basically up to you how you want to work with it. You can see this is how it works. Go down, and you can see that on this part, it is now going up. So I'm going to pause this up, and how are you going to fix it? Well, you might face this problem sometimes, but what you're going to do is going to be finding out that certain part, which is going to be like this. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to go back a bit more. I'm going to do is just go up and down. And you can see on this part, it is now moving down. So if you want to fix that up, first thing what you have to do is click on that option again. Okay? Or click on the tracker. And on the tracker, you will basically find out clips or frame. So if you want to fix it up frame by frame, you can do that. Click on that frame, and you will have this option over here. From here, you will be able to fix it up. Now, when you click on clips, when you click on clips, it's going to analyze the whole video and adjust it however it needs to be. But when you're using frames, it's going to use each and every one of these frames and adjust it however you basically need it. So I'm going to do is adjust it just like this. This is how it will work. Then I'm going to go a bit front, and you can see every time it is now readjusting itself. So you're going to do is just adjust it however you want. And you can see on the video, there are certain keyframes that are being set. So I'm going to do is adjust them however I need it. There we go. Now go a bit front. I'm going to do is just go down more. I'm going to adjust it step by step. I'm going to go for like forward. I'm just going to do the same process over and over again until I get my exact result. I'm going to do the same thing over here. This one over here. There we go. Follow the whole step. I'm going to go in front a bit more. Go down. Adjust it up. I'm going to do the same thing over here. You can also fast forward this part because masking basically takes up a lot of time when you're doing it individually, okay? So make sure to keep that in mind and do it taking a bit of time on it. I'm gonna do the same thing. You can see this part, it's kind of like this. So I'm going to do it for the last one over here. Okay, this is going to be the second last basically. So I'm going to do is just adjust it a bit more. There we go. Perfect. This one is really messed up, so I'm going to do is just fix it up too. Well, you can also do it with like different type of objects however you want. So I'm going to do is just use this. Well, on the football, I'm going to show you like how easy it can be when it's like a certain object. And I'm going to just show it to you as simple and easiest way possible. So you just have to wait for a bit. There we go. I'm going to use it up till this one. Okay, so basically we're done. And now what we can do is that we're going to zoom out. All let's say I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere around over here. And now what I'm going to do is going to be up till this part of the video, I have clipped it. So 17 seconds, I'm going to go off the cut. And up till this part, I'm going to just remove out. Okay, so I'm going to do is just cut it out. What you can do is just click on cut. And then you have this option over here. I'm going to do is just delete it. And what I'm going to do is just go off the color. And on this one, I'm going to do is apply a bit of, let's say, edits on it. I'm going to apply it on this specific node. So let's say I'm going to do is, if I want maybe a blur, I can do that. I can do is just take it over here and apply it. And we'll have that blur effect over here. You can play up the whole thing and that specific thing will be blurred up. You can also do more of them. Let's say I'm going to go off to effects. You can see it over here, turn on effects. I'm going to do is turn it off, go off the library. Now, if I maybe want effects over here, I want dehaze. So I'm going to do is just apply it. You can see we have applied a bit of color. We can also apply in, let's say, color palette, apply that. It's basically up to you, whichever one you want to use right now. Okay, so on the whole thing, you'll basically see how it will actually look like. You can see how different it looks like, only that specific part. And the mask is basically working. Okay, this is how simple it is to mask up in Davinci. So and you can also see which part it is changing. You can see the curves, the everything. Okay, so you can use them however you want. There we go. You can play it up. And I can also show you the, the actual difference. If I use this box blur, you can see that this only specific part is getting blurred up. So what I'm going to do is just go off the cut and let's remove this and let's show it to you with the ball very easily and very fast. So you have the ball, go off the color. I'm going to just zoom in. Well, I'm going to apply it a bit more perfectly. So I'm going to do is just drag it over here. I'm going to click on this one over here. I can also use this circular one if you want to. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. I'm going to just adjust it however I want. There we go. Select up that specific part of that video, our specific part, adjust it. There we go. Now you can do is just click on track and track forward, and you can see it is being tracked up. And you can see that on this part, there is this very big transition. From here, what you're going to do is going to be selecting up that specific part, and then you have to do it manually. So to do it manually, what you have to do is just, use this tool over here, click on that, click on the pen, go off to this tracker. From here, you're going to start adjusting it up. I'm going to do is just zoom in over here. I'm going to do is just adjust it if you want to. You can also use the tool over here. I'm going to click on that option. You're going to click on this tracker, click on frames, and you're going to adjust it however you need it to be. Track it. Find out the parts where it is actually losing the effect. There we go. So we are basically done over here. Now what you can do is just apply that effect. Let's say I want a bit of directional blur. Now if you play up the whole thing from the beginning, you basically have it something like this, but I'm going to do is just use this one over here. Apply that effect. Pause and play. Click it on frames. This one. See how easy it is. Now you can apply whatever effect you want. Let's say I want to apply this. You can check the whole thing right now. Now I'm going to do is just click on cut. There we go. Click on cut, and I'm going to do is just delete it. So go off the color and check it out however you want to. Okay, I'm going to do is just click on this ACES transform. You can press on Control Z if you don't want any effect. Or you can go off the cuts and play it out however you want. And you'll basically see the difference, the blur on it. You can see it over here. This is how it will look like when you apply a mask and apply an effect. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to mask up in DaVinci Resolve, which is very simple. You just have to follow a couple of steps. But if you want to go intermediate, you have to learn about fusion and a bit of transformation and all of those. So if you're a beginner and if you're new to it, just try using on the color section and apply the same tools, which I did. And you can also adjust the color balance of that specific object too. So let's move on to our class project of Davinci Resolve, and hope you understood everything. If you still have any question or confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. Welcome to class project 1. The name of the class project is how to install plugins in Davinci Resolve. Now I have attached in a description and also an outcome, so let's get into it. In Davinci Resolve, plugins are additional software components that extend its capabilities. They offer specialized features for tasks like color grading, audio processing, visual effect, and titling. These plugins enhance creative options and workflow efficiency, providing user with more tools to achieve their desired results. Let's get into the steps. First is open up Davinci Resolve. Next, you're going to make a new project. Open up your browser on your device and download any plugin from the web. An example, you can try out this website, which is the Reactor plugin. You can try downloading that. Now go to Fusion and drag and drop the plugin in the node field. Install it, and the last step is adjust the things which you have to. So on the outcome is that using plugins in Davinci Resolve offers advantages such as enhanced functionality, increased creativity, improved efficiency, customization option, and access to a supportive community of developers. So without any further ado, let's just start off with our first step. As I have opened up my Davinci Resolve, now I'm going to make myself a new project. What I'm going to do is type in class project 1. Okay. Here I'm going to go off to my Fusion. Our first off, what we're going to do is going to be going off to any of the web browser which we have on our device. Now, after we have our browser opened up on our device, you can open up the link which I gave you, which is going to be the Reactor plugin. Okay. Reactor, or which is also known as Stake Underwater. Okay, you can try that out if you want to. So you can also, just take it from the Word file which you have, put in the link, search for it, and then it will take you directly into, the Reactor plugin, which you will find out. You can just wait until it has opened up. This is the site. Go down, and then you have this option over here. I already have it downloaded. Just press on this button, and it will be downloaded into your workspace. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is go off to the Fusion. On the Fusion, on the notes, first we can just apply any one of the video which I want to use. So I'm going to apply one of the videos. Okay, don't change. Go off the Fusion. There we go. So here's what I'm going to be needing. You can apply it on your timeline. It's just addition from where I want to show it to you. So now what I'm going to do is going to be open up my panel, or open up the folder which I have my installer, and then drag it over here. And you'll basically see that this type of pop-up will appear up on your screen, which is going to be installation. Click on install and launch. And then you're going to do is wait for a bit until this shows up. Wait for a bit until all of the steps are done, and it will be directly installed on Davinci Resolve. Now, there are a couple of other ways of how you'll be able to install it on your workspace too. Okay, after you install it on your folder of your system in Davinci, you'll basically see this is how it will look like. Now, what you can do is obviously open it up. You can see, and you can also go off to, your effects and find them out, which one you want to use. Okay. So what you can do is go open effects, and there you go. You have all of the effects which you can use. So these are the Reactor ones, and you can see that Reactor is also still updating. You can use them whenever you want, and you can also customize it whenever you want. Okay, so hope you understood about how you'll be able to install plugins on your workspace of Davinci. And make sure whenever you are installing any update or installing any plugin, make sure you're connected with your account. Make sure you are connected with the internet. And obviously, The last step, what it's going to be is just make sure to take a screenshot of that plugin which you installed on Davinci and upload it on our project panel. And obviously customize it the way you want to. That's basically up to you on how you want your end result or your outcome to be. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. You can try it now on your own, follow the steps, and obviously you will not face any hassle. So let's move on to our next class project, or class project 2 of Davinci Resolve. Welcome to class project 2. The name of our class project is how to export projects in Davinci Resolve. I have attached in a description and also an outcome. So make sure not to skip any parts. So let's get into it. In our description, we can see that exporting in Davinci Resolve is the process of saving your edited video project as a final video file in a specific format for sharing or distribution. Let's get into our steps. Open a Davinci project or Davinci Resolve project. You can try it with the Davinci Resolve trial project. Step 2 is go off to the deliver page. In step 3, name your project. Step 4 is going to be fixing your location and also your format. Step 5 is going to fix the resolution and quality. And step 6 is to click on add to render. And then the outcome is that by learning how to export in Davinci Resolve, you can save your edited videos in different formats for sharing on different or various platforms. So without any further ado, let's start off step 1 by opening up Davinci Resolve on your device. Now, as we have opened up Davinci, I'm going to make myself a new project. What I'm going to do is type in class project 2. You can try your own project, but if you see that you have the trial, your trial of, Davinci, then you can also do that. You can also go off to new, and then you will basically find out the trials of Davinci. You can see the tutorial. Okay. You can try that too. It's totally fine. So I'm going to open up the trial video of Davinci. Now, after you get the trial video of Davinci, you might see sometimes it might be like this. If you see it like this, then you can skip out this part and make your own one. So you can go off the file, you can go off the project manager and open up the video which you want to use. You can go back to local database, go off the project, and you can use your own one. So from here, I'm just going to use my own one. Let's say I'm going to use cut and trim. So there we go. I have my video and I want to export it. Now, if I want to export it, first off, the step is going to be going off the deliver. Now, when you go off the deliver, first off, name of your file. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be naming it class project 1. Now, put your location from where you want to save it. So now, I want to save it over on my Davinci resource file. So I'm going to click on save. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be naming it class project 1. Hit on save. Okay. Then click on single and then first off, go off to the format, which format you want. So I'm going to need MP4 and then on codec, I want 264H.264. I can also try 265. It's basically up to you. Fixing the encoder, which one you want. I'm going to keep it on auto and obviously turn on network optimization. And the step is going to be fixing out your resolution. Now, if you see that a couple of your videos have different resolution, if you're using 4K, but you cannot go up to 4K, it's up to you. Now, if you increase the resolution, it will take a bit more time to, render up the whole thing. So if you want HD, you can try out 1080p and it will give you a decent result without even losing any, resolution or any pixels. So I'm going to keep it over here. Use vertical resolution too. Keep the frame rates somewhere around 30. Okay. And then click on chapter from right here. You can also do that. And then over here on ICQ, you can change it up. Encoding profile, keep it on main. And on over here, you're going to increase it up to 51. And on the presets, you're going to apply quality. Now, after you're basically done with everything, you can also keep it same as the project and obviously keep it just the way it is. Use optimized media. And then after you're done, just keep it up and then The last thing is add to render queue. Click on that. You can see add higher resolution render. You can also do that. What I'm going to do is just press on add. And you can press like select on render, and you can see that it is now being rendered up. Okay. So now hope you understood everything about this class project on how you'll be able to, you can see just click on render all and then you're good to go. Okay. So hope you understood about everything in this lesson on how you'll be able to export your video with, the highest render quality possible. And then what you can do is just go off to your folder and check it out how it looks like. Okay. So hope to see you guys in my next course, and thank you for watching all the videos up till the very end. Up till then, stay healthy and stay well. If you still fall into any problem, if you have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So thank you again, and let's move on.